This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome members, officers and the public to today's meeting of the Transport Committee. The main item for today is taxi and private hire vehicles. Please make sure that your electronic devices are switched off or on silent mode. Double check mine. And can I also ask guests and members to position their microphones close to them without using the neck, as it seems to damage them. So if you want to move it, just move it by the base, please. Right. Can I start by asking our clerk, Paul Goodchild, if we have any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for absence this morning from Assembly Member Rogers and Assembly Member Lord Bailey's here as substitute.
Thank you. Good. Can we note the recommendation set in item 2 and ask if members have any other interests to declare? Assembly Member Boff.
Just for the record, I have received hospitality from Free Now in the past, and I thought it best to put that on the
record.
On the record,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we confirm the minutes of the meeting of the committee held on 30th of November 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record?
Agreed.
Thank you. Can we note the completed and ongoing actions arising from previous meetings of the Transport Committee and additional correspondence received?
Noted.
Thank you. Then actions under delegated. Can we note the actions taken by the chairman of the committee under delegated authority in consultation with the deputy chair and party group lead members, namely to agree a letter to the Mayor of London on river services?
Agreed.
Thank you. Right, and now we come to the main event, as they say. So this is a question session on taxi and private hire vehicles. I would like to welcome our guests for this discussion. First of all, can I welcome Helen Chapman, Director of Licensing and Regulation at Transport for London? Welcome. Christina Calderato, Director of Transport Strategy and Policy for Transport for London. Hello there. Steve McNamara, General Secretary of the Licensed Taxi Drivers Association. Steve. Mariusz Zabrocki, General Manager of Free Now. Welcome. Steve Wright, MBE, Chair of the Licensed Private Hire Car Association. Hello there. We also will have another guest, Asher Moses, but unfortunately he's been delayed, so he'll be joining us as soon as he arrives. Great. Okay. Thank you. So we will just crack on with our first question. Here we go. So this is, to start off, this question to all the guests. Over the past decade, the number of private hire drivers in London has significantly increased, and the number of taxi drivers has declined. What are the reasons for this trend? We'll start with Steve on the over there.
Need to put your mic.
I'm on? Okay. I think that modern technology has actually changed the dynamic of the way that taxis and private hire vehicles are booked. And as a consequence of that, the old days of cabs cruising the streets and ranking up with today's traffic are less easy to do. It's very easy to book with apps and other technology. And for that reason, people like the convenience of that. The other thing is that, of course, there's lots of requirements to become a black cab driver. I don't pretend to speak for the black cab industry, although we have our members that have those vehicles. But quite clearly, there's been a change in the demographic across the UK, with more private hire coming, pre-bookable, door-to-door services, and less hoping that yellow light's passing you on the street. I think it's just inevitability of the world's technology today.
Thank you. Steve.
Yes, good morning, thank you. I actually disagree with Steve, as you suspect. It wouldn't be the first time. The reality is that we lost 4,000 cabs during the pandemic, and that's the primary reason for the number of vehicles being down. The pandemic did us an awful lot of damage, from which we're recovering strongly. We've invested over £600 million in new vehicles, but it's a combination of factors, many of which are beyond your control, but some are within certainly the remit of the Mayor, that have impacted us. I'll go into more detail later on other questions, but the key reason that we've lost the number of drivers we have is the pandemic, changes in regulation, changes in standards and stuff that have been applied to us, and the cost of running vehicles and the cost of buying vehicles, and the age limit has also impacted. They're all factors of which become more relevant at later questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard from my colleagues, both Steve's already. I think there are a mix of factors that are at play here. Certainly, the pandemic has had a big increase in the decline in the number of taxis. We'll go into. I can go into some numbers in later on about the knowledge, but we are seeing a positive increase in drivers that are now applying to do the knowledge in more recent, certainly in the last year, which I think is positive. But I think also with technology, with people being able to engage these services via apps, that's certainly playing a part as well. So I think that there is a range of different factors, all of them quite complex, that's having this impact.
Thank you.
I tend to agree with Steve McNamara. I would say that, black apps and presence of apps or improvements in technology are not in contradiction. I think technology can actually improve access to black apps, and the main reason why we saw a big decrease is obviously the pandemic, but also there's a long-term negative trend caused by very strict knowledge of London and also accessibility of vehicles, which are extremely expensive. But obviously, I can cover it in more detail further down the line.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Christina, did you want to say anything?
I think Helen and I will probably try and divvy up TfL so we don't double up on everything for your benefit and save you some time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. In December, the Mayor warned that unless we supported the taxi industry, it would become extinct like red phone boxes. What more needs to be done to support the industry? Perhaps Steve McNamara, you could start.
The key factor, as far as we're concerned, is access. It's access to the road network. You can't drive a taxi and you can't provide a service if you cannot access the road network. Many of the restrictions that are brought in are very confusing. So if you take like the LTNs, for an example, in many boroughs we can access them and they're camera controlled. Hammersmith and Fulham, taxis, the database is there, it's very easily identifiable as a taxi, and we're allowed to access those LTNs. The neighbouring borough we can't. We're allowed access to most bus lanes, but some of the new bus gates that are being put in, we're not allowed access to. There's a real mishmash across London. The Mayor's team will tell you that they only control the TRN and they don't control the borough roads and the borough schemes. But if you take, for example, Bank Junction, we've been excluded from Bank Junction. Numerous times we've asked for letters of support from TfL, from the Transport Commissioner, from the Mayor to the City of London. It's currently being reviewed again at the moment, and that support is not forthcoming. The same would apply to Tottenham Court Road, another major road, again not one of the Mayor's roads, but run by Camden. But equally, most of the Tottenham Court Road that excludes us, right off of Oxford Street, was funded by TfL. So, the Mayor's hand and TfL's hand are everywhere. And then you take, for example, Bishopsgate. That is a TRN. That is a TfL decision. It was the Mayor's decision to exclude us. The reasons there are varying reasons that are always given while we're excluded from schemes. So, example is Tottenham Court Road. We were excluded on the grounds of our emissions and our accident stats. When you actually drill down into it, the emissions are completely irrelevant. 57% of our fleet is now green, and the accident stats didn't apply to us. They applied to private hire vehicles. They were completely wrong. In Bishopsgate, they'll tell you that there's a 500 vehicles an hour maximum flow through Bishopsgate, but no one's ever tried it. And our position has been, with all these exclusions, is allow us in, put us in as a default position. If it then transpires that we're causing a problem, and I've repeatedly said this to the last 3 transport commissioners we've had, to deaf ears, I have to add, but allow us access as a default position. And if it then transpires that we are causing a problem, then you exclude us. It's really straightforward. But instead of doing that, they come up with all sorts of very complicated computer modelling that no doubt are done by very clever people, but the reality is they're not right. The sheer number of cabs, one of the things you're discussing here is the drop in the number of vehicles. There's 15,000 cabs on the road at the moment. If you split that into 4 shifts and across the whole of the GLA area, the odds on us causing a problem anywhere at any one time are minimal. But that's not recognised. So that's one of the key issues that we have, and one of the major factors in making driving a taxi unattractive is the fact that we can't access so much of the road network, constantly being changed. And every single one of those schemes we have to fight tooth and nail to get in, when the opposite should be true.
Thank you. Did either Christina or Helen want to respond to that at all?
Yeah, sure. So I think, as Steve has helpfully preempted lots of the things that he thinks that I'll say, and some of those things are true. So thinking around the TLRN, so we do control 5% of the road network. Taxis have access to 95% of bus lanes, and the default is that we will always say that where taxis can be, the default will be taxis will be included unless there is a specific reason, which might be that there will be a detrimental effect on the bus network or a detrimental safety impact for people walking or cycling. And in those circumstances only, that's where we'll look to restrict that access. As I say, 95% of bus lanes are open to taxis on the TLRN. Borough schemes are individual schemes and they're decided by the boroughs, but we have worked with the boroughs and spoken to boroughs about supporting taxis and what initiatives can be done to do that, and we do work with them to kind of support them in making those decisions. We've mentioned the reasons why taxis might be excluded, and I've given some of those reasons, and I think when you look at the example of Bishopsgate, what we have observed there is that we have higher numbers of cyclists, we have overall collisions are down, and we do also have this cycle network quality criteria, which sets out some parameters for how cyclists interact with motorised traffic, where you can't have segregation, and all of those factors lead into our thinking. So taxis, along with other motor vehicles, are permitted access to the majority of Bishopsgate. 2 short sections between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. are restricted, but that's really for clear cycle safety reasons.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to contribute?
Yeah, okay, so I'd come back on that if I can. I mean, Christina tells you it's a small section between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. It's the A10. It's the main route from London Bridge to the east. So you talk about making it more appealing and accessible to us. If you want to get a taxi from London Bridge to Shoreditch, I've now got to take you around Aldwych, or I can't go through Bank Junction, that's closed. I've now got to go all the way around St Paul's. All of these schemes have a contributory factor to make it more difficult for us and less attractive. Now, all the stats that Christina tells you are all great. They're all computer modelled. They're all computer generated. Were we to have been allowed access to Bishopsgate and it transpired she was right, they could have quite easily said to us, well, we're right. But then the key thing in Christina's summation is she talks about taxis and other motor vehicles. We are not other motor vehicles, and that is the problem with the thinking at TfL. They lump us in with other motor vehicles when they should be lumping us in with the buses, and that is the primary reason that we have the problems we have. One of the main contributory factors that we have in the decline of vehicles and the decline of drivers is that sort of attitude.
You.
Maybe I would like to add something to what
Can I
Steve
just
said,
let Christina have an opportunity to come back on that?
Yeah, very briefly. I only mentioned the other motor vehicles in the context of that bit of through running on Bishopsgate, but I think when we're talking about the access to bus lanes, I think we can see that taxis are obviously considered very differently to other motorised vehicles.
Right. Can I just... Asher, welcome. Marissa, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I would like to add something to what Steve said. So we as Freena, we have 10,000 black cabs and 20,000 PHVs on our platform, so we can give you data that shows both, and we are happy to support TfL or Transport Committee in getting that data. And I fully agree with Steve that LTN's bus lanes should be always open to black cabs and wheelchair accessible PHVs potentially. And the example of Bank Junction is actually great because we looked at it in detail, and this area has 20% lower pickup rates than other comparable areas with similar levels of demand. So there's a clear impact. You are 20% less likely to get a cab around Bank Junction due to the restrictions that are present there.
Right, thank you. That's very helpful. Assembly Member Boff, you wanted to come in.
Because you mentioned it, Mr. McNamara, what effect has the Bishopsgate scheme had on your disabled passengers?
Well, obviously, Andrew, these sort of schemes that exclude us, whilst they impact everybody, they particularly impact the less ambulant and people that are reliant on no other method of transport. TfL's attitude to this is, well, you should cycle. Well, that's great, as long as you're not in a wheelchair or you haven't got a broken leg. And the reality is that there are numerous videos doing the rounds of elderly and disabled people having to walk from the front of Liverpool Street Station, 200 yards to the cab rank, and then having to be taken on a circuitous tour of London to go in the opposite direction. These schemes are ableist. That's what they are. They fail to recognise that we provide the only 100% wheelchair accessible and disability accessible part of the transport network. And instead of being recognised for that and recognised for the investment we make, as I say, £600 million has been invested by small businesses and individual drivers in meeting these requirements, and instead of recognising that, supporting that and doing everything they can to support us and help the disabled and less ambulant get around, we get the scheme, well, you might interfere with a few cyclists in Bishopsgate. Well, no, we wouldn't, and you need to change your policies.
And on that same thing, Ms. Calderato, 4 years ago I asked the previous Deputy Mayor for Transport about whether or not any work had been done to assess the costs for disabled people of introducing the restrictions at Bishopsgate. She had to eat humble pie and admit that no such work had been done. Have you done any work since to assess the impact of that Bishopsgate scheme on disabled people?
Yeah, so in making the permanent decision around the Bishopsgate scheme, there was a consultation, and we heard broadly from a number of groups and did fully consider all of those aspects following the consultation and in reaching the decision on how we manage Bishopsgate. And I think it's really important to say that when we are managing, our job at TfL is to manage on a kind of finite road network, balance the needs of all our users, and that includes disabled people, people who need to get around the network, people who are reliant on public transport, people who want to walk and cycle, and we need to design those schemes in a way that tries to balance the needs of all users.
And do you take into consideration that the people who have the greatest difficulty getting around London are those with disabilities, and to equally match those who walk and cycle with those who are disabled is an unfair match?
Yeah, and I think in terms of that accessibility, that is something that we do take into consideration with a lot of our schemes. So if you look at other examples where we have made exemptions for taxis and wheelchair accessible PHVs on the basis that they provide that really important door-to-door service, schemes like the ULEZ, the congestion charge, you can see that we do take that into account across a range of our schemes.
Obviously not enough, but thank you.
Thank you. Right, again, moving on. My second question is to TfL. Fight amongst yourselves as to which one wants to answer this. Unlike taxis, private hire vehicles have to pay the congestion charge. What analysis has been carried out about how this impacts congestion and the vehicle mix in central London?
So prior to removing the exemption to the congestion charge for private hire vehicles, we saw that they were taking up an increasing proportion of that traffic in central London. So we saw that we had a decrease in private vehicles and a significant increase, so it's kind of offsetting the benefit in private hire vehicles. And that, I think it was up to a third, I'd have to check that figure, but was circulating empty. And the removal of the congestion charge exemption was essentially to try and help us manage that traffic within the zone by actually many of the trips that were still being taken by PHVs were still able to be undertaken by PHVs, but a smaller number that were in there kind of specialising their fleets. So what we have seen is that there was a reduced number of entries, but that meant that the vehicles that were in the zone were able to service more of those trips. So it had impacts on the way that people managed their fleets and serviced those trips. And of course, we've still got the cleaner vehicle discount for the congestion charge, which means that if you have a fully electric PHV, then you're still not paying the congestion charge. And that applies, I think, to about 16% of the fleet. So we have seen that it's had traffic and congestion benefits, but it's also meant that that's kind of not necessarily a straight line proportionality with trips, because those PHV strips are still able to be made, but they're made by a more efficient PHV network in central London.
Thank you. Steve Wright, can I ask you, in addition to what has just been asked, what impact do you think the changes have had on fares and ridership, and what evidence of the environmental impact and the removal of PHV has that had with the congestion charge?
Well, it's had a disastrous effect on fares because if you travel from somewhere like Kilburn into central London, it would have been £3 or £4. It's now nearer to £20 to do the same journey. And stopping people travelling by stealth isn't very good. And the other thing to mention, I mean, Christina has mentioned this about the electric exemption, the electric vehicle exemption. That stops in 2025, and our members are saying it's a catastrophic disaster for our trade that's been greener and cleaner than other modes of transport in London for a very long time, and they're now really struggling to get anybody. The private hire industry has had very little subsidy. It didn't get any scrappage scheme. It's been impacted with very strong regulations that are way above some of those that are required for taxi, and you can't bully a trade into doing it. Ultimately, where you end up is a situation where they're simply not getting electric vehicles. They're not doing the things that are necessary. And it's had an extremely counterproductive. Now, the government has recognised, and just to say we're apolitical, that net zero needs to move a little bit. There's been a pandemic, there's a crisis, there's fires in EVs and what have you. We need to, if we're going to get people to take up and fleets to purchase electric vehicles, we need to keep the one subsidy that the private hire industry enjoys, i.e. the congestion charge exemption for electric vehicles, in place. Because you add in the other difficulties that 90% of drivers can't charge at home in the private hire. You know, they don't have a drive in a leafy suburb where they can park up and install an electric. There's no street ability to do that. We want to actually improve, and the congestion charge exemption and the impact of the congestion charge has been awful. The other thing is that was manageable by regulation that already existed. The problem was that the app companies' drivers were flooding into central London. That was the problem. That could have been addressed because they weren't allowed to come into London and enjoy the congestion charge, but it was never managed. So sledgehammer was taken to the problem, and the net result is pain for Londoners in terms of costs. It's not really solved the problem. The same amount of movements are still taking place. It's just juggled the balls. And if you're a central London company that's in the congestion charge all day long, you're far better off than one that's just outside it. So there are massive problems remaining, and we've got some sort of stalled talks with TfL. We do need to get this back on the table to talk about the real impact. Because, yes, there were less people coming in, but that could have been managed without making a penalty on the whole of the industry.
Thank you. Right, if I can now go to Assemblyman Pigeon.
Lovely, thank you. I want to talk about the taxi strategy that the Mayor mentioned in answer to my question last month. And then we'll move on, obviously, on to other sections. But at December's Mayor's Question Time, I asked the Mayor of London about a vision for taxi trade, what he saw as the future of the taxi trade. And he committed to working with the industry to create a new vision for taxis, so a new strategy. So can I start with TfL? What's that going to include, and has work started on it? What's the timescale for this really important piece of work?
Yeah, so the way that so first of all, yes, we are starting to undertake that piece of work. I think in terms of timescale, we're right at the beginning of that.
Yes.
And I think a really key thing is that we're going to have to do this in partnership with the trade, making sure that that's kind of engagement-led from the outset. I think we probably need to start by reviewing the previous taxi and private hire action plan, which we've obviously started to do already.
If you've read it as like a piece of history at that moment, which is
exactly.
Great at the time, but everything's moved on.
And I think when you look at the way with the kind of planning framework we have, so we've got the Mayor's transport strategy as the kind of overarching strategy, and then beneath that, the reason I mention this is because we've talked variously about a strategy and a vision and a plan. So just in terms of kind of the way that those documents hang together, there's the transport strategy at the top, and then we've got a series of action plans which sits beneath that. So the taxi and private hire action plan was the first one that was done in 2016, I think reflecting some of its important, but it has obviously aged, and now since then we've got more recent walking plans, cycling action plan, bus action plan. So I think it's definitely timely for us to go back and review this now and look at what we need to do in terms of setting out what our vision for taxis is going into the future and the actions that we all need to take to help us achieve that vision. That's something that we need to do hand in glove with industry, so we'll be kind of kicking all of those sessions off, I think, imminently.
Yeah, I was going to say, give me a rough idea of timescale. Clearly, you're going to want to work with the industry here. And can you also advise, is there going to be a similar strategy for private hire? Because whilst they sit side by side, there are different issues in both sectors. So are you looking at that, sort of complementing this piece of work?
Yeah, so I think probably the best way to approach it would be to look at refreshing the taxi and private hire action plans. So looking at both trades at the same time, given that they're, you know, they're both now harking back to a 2016 document. So I think it should account for both. I think the timescales will slightly depend on the remit, and I think that's where we really need to have that clear engagement to understand what areas we want to focus on. What does that include? Do we need to do new research and modelling? Are we updating something that's already there? So I think the timescales will be partly decided by what we kind of collectively decide we need the remit of that document to be. But that's not an excuse for kind of taking forever about it.
When you're saying we, do you mean TfL?
So
do you mean initially even having a sort of brainstorm with the wider sector?
Absolutely.
Because in the letter I had from Seb Dance that came through to me last week, obviously ahead of this, he said, because I had asked specifically about a round table, and he said, I confirmed TfL was happy to arrange such a discussion as this work develops and invite the reps from the trade, as well as interested assembly members.
Yeah. So I would like to do that right at the beginning, so that we can kind of jointly agree the remit, so that we get off
scope,
and so that we're covering everything that everybody believes it needs to cover. So I think that's our starting point.
And then including the trade as you go along. So when are you hoping to get that sort of session in the diaries? Are you talking in the next month?
I think in the next month would be great. Yeah, I think we want to do that as quickly as possible and get it kicked off.
Lovely. Okay, well that's really welcome, and you're going to be doing something linked to private hire as part of this as well. So let's then get a response from others on the panel in terms of, you know, what you would want to see in this new vision. We're going to get obviously into detail later on some of the issues. I'm going to start with Steve, then I'm going to come over to Asher and Mariusz, and then come to Steve Wright. Steve McNamara.
Yeah, well, firstly, Caroline, thank you for raising it with the Mayor, the taxi and private hire strategy. The last taxi strategy we had was in 2016, and then historically, very shortly after that, we started talking about how we can decimate the fleet even further than we'd already done by reducing the age limit on vehicles yet again. I estimate that we lost about £35 million through lost residuals in second-hand vehicles that were wiped off when the age limit was reduced from 15 years to 12 years. I had numerous meetings with TfL. We had all the figures and all the stats, and obviously ours didn't tally with theirs. According to them, it was all going to be fine and dandy, and unfortunately it wasn't. That's one of the reasons that we're still losing vehicles at the rate we're losing them at the moment. We also have a major problem insofar as we have one vehicle we can buy and one vehicle only. And whilst it is a fantastic vehicle compared to those that we've had in the past, by the time you finance one, you're looking at £100,000. Yeah. There's a possibility that we're going to lose the plug-in taxi grant in March. I know we come to that later. That would effectively put the price of the cab up by another £7,500 by the time you add interest at the rate that you're doing it. So all of these factors need to be included in any taxi strategy. We've also got a problem, and I'll come to that later as well, with the current enforcement problem by TfL. We've now got a 3 points and you're out policy. I used to think it was 6 points. I learnt yesterday it's now 3 points and you're out, which is causing us major problems. So all of these things need to be included in this taxi strategy policy if there's going to be one. I mean, I look forward to sitting down with TfL and going through it, but to be honest with you, with all due respect, historically it hasn't never proved too well. It's never ended too well for us.
Just picking up Steve, you mentioned the vehicle, and I think we'll probably come on to that later, but I was talking to a driver last week who also raised with me the huge issue around the sort of maintenance agreement that you have with the manufacturer, how that has gone up and gone up again in terms of if there are issues with the vehicles. It's 3 times, I think, at least the cost it was previously. And also insurance has gone through the roof. Are those some of the other factors here that are putting pressure on just the cost of that vehicle alone?
Yeah, I mean, running a vehicle generally, and assembly members will know if they run vehicles themselves and insure them, the price of insurance of cars has just generally gone up. We've got a very successful low accident rate, and most underwriters recognise that for example, the cost of insuring a taxi as opposed to a private hire vehicle will be far less, because the underwriters recognise that we're a lower risk, but nonetheless insurance figures are higher. The maintenance of vehicles generally is higher. The parts are much more expensive. Vehicles get written off now at a third of their value, whereas it used to be 2/3 involved in an accident. So we are struggling. We're being hit by a combination of factors that you can almost call a perfect storm.
Yes.
And then you throw into the mix external factors that are also impacting us that I'll come on later, and then you throw into TfL's interpretation of some government policies, and you have got a perfect storm that's hitting the industry, all of which are countering our efforts to recover from the pandemic. And we are recovering from the pandemic. It's not the negativity that you can see. We are incredibly busy. As Mariusz will tell you, apps are doing very well. We're doing very well, but we're doing very well in spite of TfL, not with their help.
So these issues need to be picked up in the action plan. Asha, let me come to you. So, as I said, we've got this action plan going to start to be developed. What are the key things you want to see in this new vision? You have to press your mic. Sorry, there's a little speaker bit. There you go.
Coming at this from a commercial point of view, we're the largest electric taxi fleet in London. I personally, as a small family business, have invested over £30 million of our personal money in line with the Mayor's strategy to go green. My colleagues have invested, as we say, our fleet owners have invested over £300 million, and alongside our colleagues and licensed cab drivers, we've invested over £600 million in the Mayor's strategy to go green. Today, a few months ago, there was an article. The Mayor said to licensed cab drivers who can't afford these vehicles, well, you can rent one. Well, I'm the largest electric taxi fleet, and I can't afford to buy them any longer. And I'm seriously considering, amongst my colleagues, whether we should continue to invest in a vehicle that is over £100,000 that cab drivers can't afford to rent, let alone buy. These vehicles are also, they're great vehicles, but we can't get parts. There's issue, prices to maintain these vehicles are expensive, and we can't continue to increase rents on these particular vehicles. The licensed London taxi trade is doing extremely well, and that is because we have shrunk. As we had 23,000 licensed cabs before COVID, 22,000 licensed drivers, no electric. Today, licensed electric cab drivers have done an amazing thing. They've invested £600 million in TfL's Mayor's strategy, but we have zero support other than the 7,500 OLEF grant, which is due to run out with no vision. I think planning for a vision for taxis and private hire is a bit too late, in a sense that it's going to take, as you say, from 2016 was the last meeting.
Yeah.
I certainly won't be here in 2024 investing in taxis if it's going to take that long. And none of my colleagues are. The other thing is our industry, fleet owners and drivers, our demographic is aging and shrinking. So, including us, our fleet owners ourselves, do we want to invest in an industry that we love and continue to really do well in without the support of government, without the support of TfL? And the answer is clearly no.
So that's an interesting, different angle. So picking up the issue of fleets will need to be in this, and the rental market, the maintenance of the vehicles, all those issues, and people. I'm picking up there as well. Mariusz, is there anything else you want to add in terms of, from an app point of view, what you would like to see in this?
I completely agree with what Asha and Steve mentioned before, that the main issue is the number of drivers that declined sharply over the years, and accessibility of vehicles. And last year we ran a survey among PHV drivers, because they are let's say the key group that can become black cab drivers, why they don't, let's say, upgrade and become black cab drivers. And there are two big issues. One issue is the knowledge, which is extremely difficult, takes 3 to 4 years. It's quite obscure. They require there is no defined list of let's say pick-up points that people need to memorize. It's a very difficult exam. And the second biggest issue is availability of vehicles. So the topic that Asher covered, £100,000. Yeah. That's crazy. We have pretty much one vehicle. That's the only choice that drivers have. And in terms of rental, that's £400 a week. So it's equivalent of £20,000 a year. This is an awfully high cost. And that's because there's no competition. We need more vehicle models available. When probably maybe we need to look at some of the requirements, such as the let's say the turnaround turning circle to make sure we have more models, because executive class vehicles for PHV they cost around £230 a week. So that shows you how crazy is this price. So we need to address it, and otherwise this industry in 10-15 years' time will be just a tourist attraction, and because it won't be a viable transport option anymore.
Okay, and then let me come to Steve Wright in terms of private hire. You're here, they're going to be part of this strategy, vision, action plan. What are the key things you want to see in that?
Well, we need to take account of the pandemic first and foremost. It's also had a massive, great effect on the people that use the vehicles, as well as the numbers in private hire, down over 20,000 drivers. And the use of private hire vehicles and taxis has grown as a consequence of the social distancing and various other things. And demand is increasing in special needs sectors and disability sectors, but actually we're shrinking as well. And there's lots of drivers that are currently licensed that are not going to renew. You know, the numbers are down as well, and there is a problem here. Just something to reference, which I'll reference a bit later on, if I may. In the 2016 plan, there was a commitment by TfL to actually have a review into getting more WAVs into the private hire fleet, and there was going to be dialogue about that. As a trade body, we've had no dialogue with that on that whatsoever. It's actually in the minutes of the 2016 panel. So if we have things happening at these reviews, they need to actually be followed through.
Something needs to materialise. Lovely. That's a great scene setter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are going to have to pick up the pace a bit, unfortunately, but if I can turn to Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. So my first question is to TfL. So in the Mayor's Transport Strategy, there was a proposal to limit the overall number of private hire vehicles licensed for use in London. So you've talked a lot has happened since the Mayor's Transport Strategy. You talked a little bit about the amount of private hire that you saw in central London that was empty at the time. What's TfL's current thinking about numbers of private hire and what might need to be done or not done around that?
Thank you. We certainly did ask the government for powers to be able to cap the number of private hire. It's interesting that in the rest of England, licensing authorities have got powers to cap taxi numbers, but in London we don't have powers to cap either taxi or private hire numbers. So that's certainly something that we asked government for. The government pulled together a taxi and private hire task and finish group, which was around 2018. Actually, Steve and I were all on the panel from that. And one of the recommendations that came out of that task and finish group was that there would be some powers, but the government has made clear that those powers won't be given. I think a far bigger issue that we're seeing, which is something that we did warn and did have concerns about, is a cross-border hiring point. So vehicles and drivers can be licensed by another licensing authority and work all or part of their time in a different authority. And we sort of could see that was a potential risk, that it was going to happen. We asked again for powers to be able to prevent that from happening, and we came up with a policy paper with some proposals which we gave to government about, a journey either needing to start or end in the area for which it's licensed. And again, that was another recommendation that did come out of the task and finish group. but isn't something that the government has so far taken forward.
Thanks. And can I just, you may not know, can I just clarify, is that because the government is just not in a position, or is not prioritising that at the moment, or do they believe those are powers that they don't want to give London? If you don't know, then
no, it's a good question. I think in terms of capping, it's powers that they don't want to give. On the cross-border hiring, I think they do have some ideas about how to solve it, which don't necessarily follow the recommendations that we made in our policy paper, but things like having national minimum standards, so that it detracts from people perhaps license shopping, so going for lower standards or cheaper licenses. But I've still got reservations about whether that would work, and I think actually having some legislation to prevent cross-border hiring, but in a way that still enables the industry to operate, of course, would be an easier way of dealing with it.
Thanks. And can I just ask you whether, the number of private hire has actually gone down over pandemic? I think, I think I'll come over to everyone and see come to the rest of the panel and see how they feel about that mix at the moment. But is that something that TfL would use if they had the power at this point in time, or is it something that you would like to have if necessary?
It's an interesting question. I think, and this is anecdotal, so forgive me, but from everything I've heard from my colleagues today, but also what we hear from the industry, is actually there's a far bigger demand than there is supply at the moment. So, if you were ever given powers to cap, then those have obviously got to be used very responsibly, and you have to think about the safety implications of using them. And as it currently stands, we're not hearing that there is a big problem with an oversupply of either taxis or private hire vehicles. Actually the opposite seems to be true since the pandemic, which is obviously very positive for the industry.
Thanks. So just opening up to the panel, do you have views on we have heard about the barriers for black taxis, and it seems, if anyone wants to come in and disagree, then now is the time to do it, but that it would be good to have more black taxis. Does anyone have any views on that, or also on the levels of private hire that we have in London? Yes.
So we have both PHVs and taxis on our platform, and so I would say there's a huge difference between PHV and taxi. So I would say there's a massive shortage of taxi drivers. I wouldn't say that's the case about PHV. I would probably say the current number of PHV drivers, more or less, is probably what's needed. And and in terms of caps, there are other tools than caps that lead to the same result. We can change the licensing requirements, and we can enforce certain requirements that weren't enforced so far around English language, for example, or safety. But at the same time, I would like to really say that still London has the best track record in terms of safety. So so I don't want to criticize TfL too much, because there are some amazing things that we achieved, and we operate across Europe. We used to operate across Latin America, and London has the best track record in terms of safety of PHV and taxis. But at the same time, I think we need to look at how we increase the supply of black cabs, but I believe PHV is actually more or less at the right number.
Okay. Asher.
Can I come in there?
Can I come to Asher, and then I'll come to you, Steve? Thank you.
I think it's, if we look at the numbers of licensed London taxis on the road today, we're talking about 14,500 taxis, of which around 8,000-ish are electric. But if I'm not mistaken, there's 19,000 licensed London taxi drivers. Now that's 5,000 taxi drivers who haven't got a taxi at all, okay? And those 5,000 taxi drivers need to get into a taxi. They are already qualified licensed London taxi drivers who can't rent or buy a London taxi. Then you've got 8,500 electric. To the left of the 19,000, you've got another 7,000 diesel drivers who also need to get into electric in the next few years because of 2030. These vehicles are going up and up and up, and they can't get into it. And we're approaching it by use of technology, by developing an app for taxi sharers. So do we need more taxis in London? I believe we should have a lot more licensed London taxis, and PHVs should be a way to flow taxi drivers, PHV drivers, into becoming licensed London taxi drivers. And there isn't a city or a country in the world that wouldn't give their right arm for a licensed London taxi service like, I would say Sherbet, but like London taxis.
Thanks, Steve. Sorry, I saw Asher before.
No, and Asher's right, and of course that's another irony. Any taxi driver in London will tell you that we get told constantly all day long that we're the best cab service in the world. We're recognised as the best cab. The only place we're not recognised as the best cab service in the world is at City Hall and TfL, which is the definition. No, when I say at City Hall, I don't include you. I'll come on to what I'm talking about. And if that's not irony, I really don't know what is. Very quickly, Helen just mentioned just now, she's talking about the number of vehicles, the safety implications, and then Mariusz touched on it. So in November, TfL were talking about the English language requirement and part of their SERU, their safety policies. And in November,
Steve, I think we are going to come to that later. I wonder whether it would be wise to pause that and then is that okay? And we'll talk about. Is that okay? I just don't want to tread on other people's questions, if that's okay.
I'll be quiet.
Thanks. Steve Wright, did you want to come in on this?
Yes, I'm sure somebody that makes a lot of money selling taxis would like to destroy the private hire industry's 1,600 businesses that remain in London by making them all become black cab drivers. I'm not sure my members would be doing cartwheels about that, but we do need to, with regard to the ABBA principle of returning empty, and it was environmentally unfriendly. The Department for Transport held 3 sessions. Most people went to those sessions and pointed out why it'd be absolute madness to make all private hire vehicles return empty to their area of origin. It's just environmentally damaging and not viable. With regard to capping, we'd be in a problem now if we'd have capping, and the Competition and Markets Authority will be against it, and the government did look at it. And it serves no real purpose because the market is the marketplace. Currently, try getting a private hire vehicle at 2 in the morning. Just try it. There is a massive shortage out there, and it's no good going back to dinosaur thinking of capping and restrictions. That isn't the way forward. We need to talk about how we service Londoners, the disabled community, and everybody that uses us. Thank you.
I think that's a really interesting point about overall caps and then actually where the demand is and what other levers there are. I've just got a couple of follow-ups. Did you want to come in, Andrew?
Yeah, if I can ask Assemblymember Boff to come in.
Ms Chapman, you've done some work on this limiting of the number. How would you restrict the opportunities for otherwise qualified people to become cab drivers? I mean, is it going to be by demographics? Is it going to be first come, first served? Is it going to be by age profile? How would you impose such a limit on these people just wanting to do a job?
So I think if your question is relating to capping, as opposed to the proposals we had around cross-border hiring, it's a long time since we looked at this because, as I say, there were some conversations with government which happened 5 or 6 years ago, and that's not something that we have looked at since. But I think, at the time, and when you look at how licensing authorities deal with the powers that they've got in terms of capping taxi licenses outside of London, it's not, from memory, and forgive me because I might be misrecalling this, but I think that they do that on the basis of a study that's done to understand the total number of people in the area and what the demand is for taxis, and then they will release a certain number of taxi licenses per year, and it's first come, first served. But that's how other licensing authorities deal with it. As I said, I think a much bigger problem and one we would prefer to have powers to deal with is the cross-border hiring issue.
Yes, people like borders and they like restricting people going to other places, but I'm particularly concerned about what do you think? Why would it be that somebody who's got a PHV licence would go into London to look for business if there wasn't a demand? I mean, I just got this picture of all these PHV vehicles parked up, you know, all the roads in London waiting for business, and there's no business. I mean, only then could you justify some kind of limit. But that's not the case, is it? People don't intentionally go into inner London and drive around looking for business if it's not there.
Yeah, but I think, again, so do you mean in terms of the cross-border hiring issue?
No, I mean in terms of capping the number of licences. Right. I mean, I think this is a problem that doesn't exist. I think, you know, this snark is a boojum. I don't think that it actually exists, because why would somebody drive into London looking for a fare if the demand isn't there? I can't understand what problem a cap would solve.
Well, I think, as I said earlier, you know, this isn't an issue that we have actively followed up on for a number of years, because
but it's still in the mayor's. It's still the mayor's intention, is it not, to put this cap in? I mean.
We talked earlier about the Taxi and Private Hire Action Plan now being almost 8 years old, and a need to refresh that. So all of that will be
So can we have some? Is there some hope that he might drop this ridiculous measure?
That's a question you'll have to put. You need to put to the mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are now running quite late. Assembly Member Baker.
Apologies. Yes, sorry. Somebody asking about something. I just wanted to briefly follow up about with TfL. You've mentioned a couple of areas that you've asked for regulatory powers, and there hasn't been any. You know, some of the Acts of Parliament covering this area go back like over 150 years. Is there anything else that you'd like to say that you'd like powers over that you think the government should regulate?
Yeah, we certainly, I mean, we're very supportive of the pedicabs bill that is currently making its way through Parliament. We're very hopeful that that will come to fruition, and we will be able to licence and regulate pedicabs in a way that hasn't been possible in London. Certainly, you know, more enforcement powers, being able to deal with things, and I'm sure Steve is at some point going to come on and talk about motoring convictions, but being able to not just have the power to suspend or revoke a licence, but actually to issue more fines, fixed penalty notice and things for more minor misdemeanours would be helpful. But I think some of those things are written in the Mayor's Taxi and Private Hire Action Plan, which is obviously quite out of date now, and we need to do a refresh of all of those things and you know, rethink where powers would be helpful. But certainly on pedicabs, we're very supportive of the government's efforts to get that through Parliament.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the panel who has anything to say about where the law stands, or where the law needs to be updated in any area other than the things that have been covered? I'll give anyone the opportunity. No. And my final question is, TfL, are you planning a fare increase for taxis this year?
We are midway through a process looking at taxi fares. So we have recently consulted or closed a consultation. The cost index, so taxi fares are calculated using a cost index, and we've heard, you know, from other members of the panel this morning about insurance costs and maintenance costs. All of those things go into a bucket and are worked out. So we have put some proposals out for consultation. We've had responses in. We're now giving consideration to that and to what recommendation to put in front of Finance Committee, which will be, I say early next year. I've lost a couple of months, which will be in the next 2 months.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Morning. I'm just moving on in a second to talk about the knowledge, but first I just had a quick question, something that puzzled me
that you were saying, this, what you described as the cross-border problem, Helen. So just to set the context, so my constituency is Croydon and Sutton. It's right on the border of London. That border is a very porous border, so there are residential streets that are partly in London, partly in Surrey. And I can't honestly understand what is the benefit to the consumer of restricting, say, I don't know, a Reigate and Banstead taxi or a Tandridge taxi from coming into Croydon, or a Croydon taxi from going into Tandridge. I don't understand how that benefits the customer by having those restrictions.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously there are areas on the very outer border, and actually, if it's helpful, we can share the policy paper that we wrote around this, because we did give it consideration, and I probably won't do it justice in the time that I've got to explain. But we did propose a method of being able to address that, and this wasn't about vehicles not being able to pick up or drop off. Our proposal is that the journey should either start or end in the area for which the vehicle is a licence. So it allows for that journey to not return empty, but it also makes sure that we haven't got a situation where we've got requirements that are in place for very good safety reasons in London, and somebody can go and get a licence from any other licensing authority and work all of the time in London.
Okay, well, I think that would be useful, because as I say, I'm just concerned about sort of restraints on, if you drove from Banstead up into Sutton and then pick up a fare that might go to Croydon, you would block that for reasons that, anyway. So moving on to the knowledge, perhaps I'll start with you, Steve McNamara. So my understanding is that the number of people applying for the knowledge is going down, and I suppose the big question is it sort of fit for purpose? Does it need a rethink? What's going on? Does it need looking at, or is it fine the way that it is?
Right, so very quickly, you might want to make a note of this. There's actually a bit of praise for TfL here, because they've actually done a review of the knowledge. So, I'm not totally negative on everything they do, but the knowledge is very much fit for purpose. Sat-navs are great, they're an aid to memoir. The example I always give is I'm sitting at the lights at Piccadilly Circus. We all know Piccadilly, I'm facing Eros, and someone comes running up and says to me, Phillimore Gardens. Now, if I've got to start entering that into a sat-nav and people are behind the nav bibbing me at the lights, and if I know Phillimore Gardens is in Kensington, so I do a U-turn and go back down Piccadilly. If you don't know that, by the time you've pulled across Piccadilly Circus, start entering it into your sat-nav, it's now going to take you 20 minutes to get back to where you started. So the knowledge is very relevant for an immediate hire, which is primarily what we do. There are problems with the knowledge. In recent years, in the 1980s, the average time to do the knowledge was 18 months to 2 years. In current times, it's 3 to 4 years. So the time taken has excessively gone up. We've suggested various ways to TfL in which the standard can be retained, what we call our gold standard, and equally achieve that standard, but possibly in a quicker time. Some of the things that we've suggested are currently being reviewed. The knowledge team that Helen has at Greenwich, there's a new building at Greenwich, very forward-thinking, very innovative people. Most of them are taxi drivers, so they recognise that, and we're going to see some changes with the knowledge, not to make it easier, but to make it more accessible, and we welcome that. And what I would say to you while you're talking about the knowledge is we're one of the very few industries in London where our demographics have changed massively over the last 10 years. When I came into this business, God was a boy, and everybody looked like me. That is no longer the case. We've now got our demographics have changed massively. If you go down to Helen's place when they hand out the badges, or you go to any knowledge school, what you see is a cross section of London, exactly as it is today. You see people of all shapes, sizes, colours, all religions, everything. You see a real good mix. And I recently had the pleasure of attending a Somalian cab driver's dinner. I didn't even know there was such a thing, but I had the pleasure of attending one in Kensington, and there was 300 Somalian black cab drivers there, which represents the changes that we've seen in this industry. So the knowledge is very relevant. The only problem we have with the knowledge at the moment, the demographics, the number of women is still very low, the number of women doing the knowledge. We've tried to address that. We now run an all-women knowledge school at our building in Southwark. Once a week we We run an all-women knowledge school. That is the only thing that really needs addressing, and we've suggested to TfL various ways in which they could do that.
I think
we've also
sorry, go on.
All right, you carry on.
We've also suggested to them various ways in which they could actually actively encourage more people onto the knowledge. For example, they've got a database of about 120,000 private hire drivers, many of which would welcome the opportunity to be informed of how the knowledge runs, what they could do, how they could work for themselves, and you know, upgrade, if you like. I think everybody accepts it's an upgrade from a private hire driver to a taxi driver, and we've suggested those to them, and many of those are being looked at. So that's one of the few positives that I'm going to bring today, I'm afraid.
Okay. You did say it's taken roughly twice as long now. What's the reason for it taking longer? Is that the requirements have changed, or just somehow it takes people longer to get through?
There's various schools of thought as to why that is. Some people, one of the theories is that more people are doing it part-time, so therefore it takes longer. I'm not so sure on that one. The way in which the knowledge is tested, or the way you're given a list of runs, a big long list, and you go away and you come back when you've done it. You know, I've always been of the opinion it should be much more modular, like any exam. If you're doing an A-level history, they don't go away and say, "Oh, here's a book, you know, 20th century history, start at 1900, come back in 1964." You do it in blocks. You know, you do pre-First World War, and that is how I believe the knowledge should be done. Okay. And we've made many of these suggestions, but as I say, it's actually quite positive, because one of the things that Helen's probably taking her thunder, one of the things that they're currently going to do is, at the moment, when you're on the knowledge, they can ask you anything, any point in central London. So theoretically, the examiner could ask you to take him from his nan's house to his mum's house. You know, you'd have no idea where either were, and he could legitimately ask that. They don't, and what we're having now, we're going to have a basket of points. So there'll be a number of thousand points, and you know what you've got to learn. You know you have to know this many thousand points. Won't make it any easier, but it will make it, you'll know what you've got to learn, you'll know the key points. And it's changes like that, along with a review of what we call the Blue Book, which is the runs you have to learn, I think will make it much more positive. And that's actually, as I say, that's the good news.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Helen, you were indicating, I don't know whether Steve has stolen your thunder or whether you had something else to add.
No, Steve steal my thunder? Never. No, I mean, we do consider that knowledge is still relevant. London taxi drivers are world renowned for setting the standard, and I think anybody who's come into London and gets in a taxi expects that driver to know where they're going. That's an iconic part of the whole taxi trade. We have, as Steve says, we have been doing a review of the knowledge. I can't answer why it takes longer now with any certainty, because I wasn't around in the 1980s. But we certainly do know that we get a large number of people who are applying are people who are doing it whilst maintaining another job, having a family, having a mortgage, and all of those things. And so we think that's certainly a contributing factor, if not the whole factor. What's really positive is we are seeing, I mentioned it briefly at the start, we are seeing an increase in the number of people who are applying to do the knowledge. So in total for 2023, we've seen 579 people apply to do the knowledge. That's over 200 higher than 2019, which is obviously the last pre-pandemic year. And even in this month alone, in the last week alone, we've seen more people than applied for the whole of January last year. So we're seeing some positive signs. We're going to continue to work and engage with the taxi trade to make sure that the knowledge stays fit for purpose, that it does keep pace with technology, whilst maintaining that gold standard that is recognised around the world.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like the general message from both of you on the knowledge is that it's basically solid, some tweaks here or there, but there's no need to kind of rethink the whole thing. See a lot of nodding on that.
Yes.
Okay, good. Mariusz, you mentioned earlier you talked about this program of upgrading, let's call it, from private hire to taxi. How's that going, and what have you learned from that program that you have?
I mean, it's going great, but I wanted to start with maybe with what Steve Wright said before, that somehow black cap businesses want to destroy PHV. To me, PHV is a training ground for black caps. That's how we see it. Strong PHV trade means there will be a strong black cab trade in the future. So those two professions coexist, and I believe there's no contradiction between strengthening both. And in terms of our program, so we opened it to all PHV drivers pretty much in London. So anyone who completes at least 100 trips at free now, and it could be someone who is an Uber driver on a daily basis, if they complete 100 trips with free now, they qualify for our program. And we cover all the costs. We cover the cost of knowledge school, of all the materials, all the TfL fees, any cost that's related to completing the knowledge and becoming a black cab driver, we're covering that cost. And we launched it only 2 months ago, and we already have more than 600 drivers who completed the criteria to start the process, and more than 200 drivers are already in knowledge schools, and that's 2 months. So we believe that this is already looking like the biggest black cab driver recruitment effort since the Olympics. And we just started. We want to actually recruit thousands of drivers long term. But we believe that obviously we as a company, we can do quite a lot. And as the biggest black cab operator, we believe it's our responsibility to have this kind of program, but also there need to be changes in terms of updating knowledge to the 21st century, while obviously it's a great exam. There are some small changes that need to be made, and accessibility of vehicles. Those things need to be addressed so that we ensure that number of drivers bounces back, because we clearly see there's a demand for more black cab drivers.
I mean, that's very positive, because obviously one of the concerns I think some people have is that the black cab trade risks becoming stale. So you've got the people now who are doing it, but if there's not a healthy pipeline of new people coming in, then obviously it becomes a deteriorating group. Yes. I don't mean that personally, in terms of the group of people diminishes as people naturally retire and new people aren't coming in. But it sounds like you've got a potentially very healthy pipeline to keep that sustainable. And
what we notice is actually that the level of awareness among PHV drivers is very low about the knowledge. That's one of the things that really surprised us. People don't understand what's required. They actually think it's even harder than it really is. And we are trying to address it, but in the end, I think TfL can play a role in addressing this. And sometimes when I talk to people from TfL, the argument they use is PHV and taxi, they are on par. We don't want to give preferential treatment to any of the transport options. But that's not really true, is it? I mean, the black cab trade is clearly superior to PHV trade. This is high quality of vehicles, high quality of knowledge, understanding of the city. So I think it's in our best interest as consumers as well as passengers is to ensure as many drivers as possible go down that path and become black cab drivers. It will improve everyone's safety and customer experience across the whole city. So I think it's really important that we promote black cab trade among PHV drivers, because they have already done half of the work. They know the streets, they know the landmarks. Maybe they need to learn a bit more, but they already did half of the work, and we believe they can complete the knowledge within 18 months easily, and that's what we are targeting with in this program.
That's very positive. I feel I ought to point out as well, almost always when I sit in this room, somebody is telling me why there needs to be a subsidy or a government programme or a new regulation to make something happen. This is people who see a need, filling a need that they see, which is brilliant. Helen, you just wanted to come back. I don't want to take too much more time, because...
No, I understand. Just very briefly, because I think it is important to acknowledge, I've heard it quite a few times from various of my colleagues. We regulate taxi and private hire services, and they are very distinct services. Obviously, if a private hire driver wants to do the knowledge and become a taxi driver, we will do whatever we can to support that driver. But I don't think it's fair on the private hire industry, and I don't think it's fair for me to sit here and not correct that we don't see private hire as a training ground for black cabs. They are their own distinct industry, providing a very important service. And some drivers may wish to go on and become taxi drivers. Some drivers are incredibly happy being private hire drivers and doing chauffeur and executive services and minicab services, and both are important.
Understood. Noted. Thank you, Helen. Chair, back to you.
Thank you. And I'd like to call on Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Morning to the panel. We've just heard how wonderfully diverse, just my first question to Steve McNamara, we just heard your story about wonderfully diverse goings on in a cab drivers, in black cab drivers, but only 2% of your drivers are women. What is the reason for that? Is there something that could be done about that? Do you think you need to do anything about that?
No, we certainly do need to do something about it. The reality is that driving a cab is a great job for anyone. It gives you the most unbelievable amount of freedom. You know, you go to work when you want, you come home when you want, you can fit it around anything. And when I was younger and had younger kids, I never missed out on school plays or, you know, things that were in the day because I just didn't go to work, I went out later. So for all those criterias, and bearing in mind that most women tend to be the primary carer of children for whatever reason, it's a great job for a woman, but it's also it's a good job for anyone. And I don't really understand why so few women drive cabs. My wife drives a cab. Too much. Cook me own dinner most nights. But the reality is I can't cook. I clean, but I don't cook. So it really is. It's a fantastic job. It gives you the independence. We don't have the issues in the taxi industry that women would, for example, with safety aspects in a private hire vehicle, because you're in your petition vehicle, you're separate. And I honestly don't know. I've given this untold thought as to why it is. I just think it's one of those industries where women just don't seem to think they can do it, even though, you know, there are a number of women driving cabs, and as I said to you, we run this knowledge school for women, and the women that we get there is a real mix of ages, and just like everything else, and all of them, you know, some of them are doing very well, and one or two of them have already now got their badges. I asked them, and they don't know. They seem to think the women don't know, but the answer to your question, Sean, is I don't know.
Do you want to come in, Steve?
Yes, I think I can help here because I ran a cab company, minicab company, for 25 years, and we actually ran in the 90s great programs to try and get women into the system. It wasn't successful. At the end of the day, the women didn't particularly want to be cab drivers. However, outside of that, since then, there's been a lot of movement of women becoming into the profession. They certainly were 90% of the staff internally in my office, but they didn't choose to be drivers. But they are coming in to do school runs and special educational need runs and stuff like that. And there's been great success in Swansea, where they actually give restricted licenses that are only for school runs, and women are taking up majority of a lot of those licenses. They're also becoming the majoritively in the sector the passenger assistants, and it tends to fall in with the working patterns that women would want to do. Rather than being out late at night, they'd like to be family orientated or whatever. And we've done quite a lot of work on this, and it's been very successful. In fact, one of our special educational needs companies outside of London has 90% women drivers. So it's something I'd like to talk to TfL about, because you don't need the full. You can't go and become a minicab driver, but these restricted licenses have now been recognised by the Institute of Licensing as something that's helped to get women in the workplace. The other thing is we're working with two organisations, Females in the Fleet and Think Pink, with regard to getting more women in. But I have got the experience that the women choose not to be drivers, but they choose to do different types of driving as opposed to taxi and minicab driving. There's a lot of work happening on that at the moment.
That's very interesting, the way you've acknowledged how people build things around it. Like both Steve acknowledged how families, etc., respond differently to the time pressures needed. I just want to quickly come to Mariusz. So you have a program that has 600 drivers in it who are making that transition. The questions I want to ask is, what proportion of them are women? What proportion of them would you consider are from a diverse background? You know, do you collect those stats at all?
I actually wanted to comment maybe first on the female share overall in the market. We ask actually both PHV and taxi drivers, and I talk to many female drivers as well, why they choose this trade, and it's really perception. I think there's a perception either of lack of safety or perception it's not a job for a woman. So it's a lot, but actually there are a lot of reasons why it's a great job. Especially when you have kids, when you have to combine it with other let's say responsibilities. However, the big barrier is, on the black cab side is the cost of vehicle, because women are way more likely to be part-time drivers. And when you have to pay £400 a week, obviously you can't really cover that cost working part-time. But coming to your question, so it's a very diverse group in terms of ethnicities. So around two-thirds of them, two-thirds of our participants in the program are of minority backgrounds. But in terms of female share, it continues to be low, in line with the PHV, because we are recruiting PHV drivers. And so in the PHV trade, the share of female drivers is as low as in the taxi trade. So yeah, it's very low.
Asha, I want to come to you because you're the one who's most linked to the reality of the finances in a very sort of personal, family way. And you seem to be more connected to helping people come in because you run a fleet. How many women do you come across in that situation? When you talk about people from ethnic background, is it just a case of confidence? Is it a case of financing? You know, obviously I come from the black community. I can't remember growing up many families who'd have had quite frankly the funds to now purchase a £100,000 cab. So we would have become a mini cab driver because that was more relevant to us. So is that your sort of experiences as well?
There's no doubt. On my fleet, 10% of my fleet, we run a fleet of 530 electric vehicles. 10% are female drivers, and we tend to find that our female drivers, they tend to pick up pre-book fares. Our customers ask for these particular drivers. They're a lot more approachable for what we call a white glove service for our customers. So again, they're very niche. So, and we want to build more female drivers on our team. And as you know, Steve says, it's a fantastic job, you know, for single parents, for individual people who want to be able to do it part-time. It's a fantastic, actually it's not a job, it's a career. It's this is the difference between cab drivers. We do this, I'm a cab driver. Driving a taxi is a career, it's not a stopgap. We don't do it in between jobs. It's something that we come in and we're proud to do and be part of London. So female cab drivers is very, very important for us. The cost of the vehicles and the cost to entry is extremely, is too much for anybody. As I say, for a fleet owner myself, I won't be investing in many more taxis until there is a solution. We'll look at other mobility programs. But licensed London taxis is too expensive to continue to invest in buying those vehicles.
Okay, Helen?
So I mean, we would love to see more women, both in taxis and in private hire vehicles. We don't have any specific data that suggests that it is linked to safety, but I think safety probably does play a part in it. So we have recently held a driver safety forum where we were talking about how can we make drivers feel safer and what additional access do they need to the police and that sort of thing. So we're going to continue to follow the actions through that have come out of that driver safety forum. And then specifically with regards to women on the knowledge, we have a female knowledge manager. Actually, she is a taxi driver. She's been great. She's been doing some work directly with women, with other women taxi drivers. We've had some articles in En Route, which is our magazine that we produce for the taxi and private hire trade. And so we will continue to work with the industry and do what we can to promote a far more diverse industry. In terms of the knowledge demographic data, and this data is correct up to December 2023, it is 98% male, 2% female, even on the knowledge as of today. 18% haven't provided us with any demographic data. 31% of people on the knowledge are white, and 51% have identified themselves as black, Asian, or minority ethnic. So we are seeing an increase in demographics on the knowledge, which is positive, but definitely more to be done with women.
See, the diversity piece is probably just responding to the demographic change in London. You know, there's many more ethnic people. I think the big issue here that we need to draw down on is the idea that many women will want to do this part-time, and the real barrier is cost to then pay for this very expensive cab. And I wonder, what is TfL doing to help control the cost of the cab? Because ultimately, correct me if I'm wrong, Asha, that's it. Everything would be better if the cab cost less.
Sorry, Assembly-member, we're coming on to that.
Okay, answer that question when it comes around. I think that's it from me then, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now look to Assembly-member McCartney.
Thank you. I'm going to ask about the licensing requirements for private hire vehicles. So my questions are first to Helen, if I can. Now, to be a private hire vehicle, you have to have a licence, and there's quite stringent requirements to that. You have to be a fit and proper person. You have to go through medical tests to check you're medically fit to drive a cab. You've got to have an enhanced disclosure and barring service. But recently there have been new tests that PHV drivers have had to pass, the English language test and then the recent CERU test as well. And I'm sure many Assembly members have had many constituents writing to them. So in my area of Enfield and Harringay, I've a lot of private hire vehicle drivers whose English may not be their first language, particularly in things like Turkish, Kurdish and Bangladeshi drivers in particular, who are actually terrified that they're going to lose their livelihood because of these tests. Now, I think all of us would realise that there has to be an appropriate level of English. You have to be able to communicate effectively with your passengers. You have to be able to understand the rules and regulations of the road and other licensing requirements. But can I just ask, what's the concerns that you've been hearing about the tests, and what have you done about it? Because obviously the Mayor made an announcement last week about pausing enforcement but trying to pilot a new way of doing the test. Could you just explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you sort of summarise, it is important that private hire drivers are able to communicate with their passengers in English and also be able to understand written English, because we communicate quite important regulatory notices and various other things that we need to know that that they've got that basic level of understanding. So the English language requirement we first announced in 2016 actually, but we brought it in under transitional arrangements to allow time for the industry to adjust. And then the safety, equality and regulatory understanding requirement is a multiple choice test where we ask drivers to prepare in advance. So that's reading information material that's in our private hire driver handbook, and then we ask questions on that handbook. It's not designed to catch them out in any way, but it's designed for us to be able to know that they understand their obligations when it comes to safeguarding, whether that's child sexual exploitation, county lines, that they understand their regulatory obligations and their obligations when it comes to the Equality Act, carrying disabled passengers. And so the first deadline has passed, where a number of drivers were due to have passed by the 30th of September last year. And actually, of the group, the majority of them actually did manage that. And the pass rate on the English language, for example, is close to 90%. So it's really not something, I mean, the first thing I would say to you constituents and any worried constituents, this is not something to be concerned about.
They are,
and I think the fear of it is actually worse than the actual assessment. But what we have seen with the safety, equality and regulatory understanding assessment is that some drivers are failing it, and the feedback that we've had from those drivers is that while they're under pressure in an assessment environment which isn't familiar to them, they are struggling to recall the information. And this was never designed to be a memory test. So what we've said is, okay, let's pause the enforcement of the licensing action for them, and let's trial with that much smaller group of drivers, getting them in and doing it as an open book assessment, because we're not trying to catch them out. We want them to pass, but we want to know that they understand understand their regulatory obligations. So that's what we've just announced last week. As the regulator, we announced last week, we're taking a pause on licence and enforcement action with this small group of drivers, and we're going to invite them in again, but to undertake the assessment when they can do it with the handbook in front of them.
Okay, so, and how long is that pilot going to last for?
So I can't, it's difficult to put an exact time on it because we haven't sent out letters yet and we don't know drivers' availability and things. But we said in our notice we anticipate it will be several months.
Okay, and anybody coming in, seeking their first licence or renewing their licence is still going to be expected to do the test. But will they be doing the test under the pilot scheme?
So the pilot scheme is ring-fenced just to this small group of drivers that were due to have passed by the 30th of September last year but haven't. If it's successful, we will then roll it out to everybody. Any new applicant has to do the test and has to pass it before they become licensed, and that hasn't changed. And anyone who is renewing the licence, if their licence expires, we have said we can't issue them with a new licence until such time as they meet these important safety requirements. But if they have expired or they're due to expire, they will be top of our priority list to say come in and do the assessment quickly, so that we can help you and get your licence back to you as quickly as possible.
See, that's why I asked about how long the pilot's going to last for, because I think we'll have a rolling case of drivers coming up for renewal.
Yes. Who
will be worried, and if there's a better way of doing the test that still meets all the requirements, for example, safeguarding is really important, but if there is a new and better way, that you can be assured they understand everything, but it's better for them, then, that's why I'm saying, as quick as possible to get the lessons from that and to apply it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just to give you reassurance, for the vast majority of private hire drivers, the deadline hasn't hit for them yet. Yeah. So it's difficult to explain, but because there's such a big population of private hire drivers, from a capacity perspective, we just couldn't get 100,000 drivers all in at the same time. So we set various deadlines depending on how much evidence they had or hadn't provided us for English language. So it was only 9,000 drivers who were in this first cohort, who, in total, who had to satisfy us by the 30th of September. And well over 6,000, I think closer to 7,000 have. So I'm talking about 2,000 drivers. For the majority of the rest of the drivers, even if they are coming up for renewal, they've actually got until the 30th of September 2024 or the 31st of March 2025, depending on which category they fell into. So they really don't have to be concerned. So it's this sort of 2,000 to 2,500 drivers. If their licence is due to expire or has expired, we will work with them to get them in quicker as part of the trial. But if their licence hasn't expired, then they can breathe a sigh of relief for, because we're pausing licence and enforcement action, so we can get them in, and they will still be able to work in the meantime.
Thank you. And can I just ask a question, because I'm taking my lead from the chair of our committee, actually. So Keith Prince, who's also the Conservative transport spokesman, was with the drivers that came and demonstrated against the test here last week. But Keith, I'm just going to quote you if I can. You said private hire drivers need to be able to speak English, but they don't need to sit a written exam. And I think, Keith, you asked a question last week that was unfortunately withdrawn, because I would like to the answer, to say that perhaps rather than a written exam, have you looked at whether a training module could be completed satisfactorily as opposed to an exam? What options did you look at?
So we did look at a number of options. We do consider that being able to communicate in English, in writing, reading and writing is important, but it's obviously not important that they can do that to a degree level, but being able to understand basic communications from the regulator or from a passenger, and and actually that was a point that did go to court and we were successful with back in 2016. So we did look at different modules. We have made a significant amount of material available online to help drivers to prepare. We consider that doing the assessment is the right approach, but we encourage drivers to go online and to make use of all the training materials we've made available to them before they come in, which includes some knowledge check questions at the end of each module. They've got the private hire driver handbook. We've also got a safeguarding training course which is online. And in addition to that, actually a number of private hire operators, larger private hire operators, are also offering free training to drivers. So they're getting drivers in, offering them that training and preparing them before they come in for an assessment. We've also made a number of videos available online, and actually we're in the process of filming some more, which tells a driver what to expect when they come to the assessment centre, and we basically walk them through it in that video. And the videos that we're filming at the moment is just, again, the training videos, sort of breaking the modules in the private hire driver handbook down into smaller sections so they can watch the video and understand it and then do a knowledge check online. So we're really not trying to catch any drivers out by this. Quite the opposite. We're doing as much as we can to help them, but we do still consider, for safety reasons, it is important that they understand their obligations.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I just come to Steve, Wright and Mariusz, if I can? The private hire drivers that you represent or you work with, how have the tests impacted them, and do you welcome the changes that TfL are making?
Yes, we welcome the changes, and just to put a bit of background, when I was an operator, my company was the first taxi and private hire vehicle company in the UK to get a National Training Award and Investors in People. And I was also on the Sector Skills Councils for taxi and private hire for 10 years. So I know a little bit about training. What's important is the journey since 2016. It was too high in 2016, and I was actually demonstrating, having been a TfL board member, outside City Hall about the level, because I doubt, with 500,000 miles of driving and running a cab company and being on the TfL board, I might have failed the examinations that were being required. Certainly my old block of My old school is a block of flats now. So what we want is appropriate training. And the Task and Finish group did move the dial a little bit in 2018 with Professor Mohammed Abdelhak's findings by saying that that you need to understand English, but you don't need to do a 2-hour essay. And we had the dyslexia people saying, nobody's going to pass this test. So we need to get appropriate training, and I'm going to do the CERU test, but we have been inundated with people that are perfectly good drivers, that can communicate with passengers, often from ethnic minority communities, that it was too much for them. So we really welcome fine-tuning. Training needs to be appropriate. Absolutely, it doesn't need to be at a low level. It needs to be appropriate, and we'll continue to work with Helen on this. But the dial has moved, and we welcome last week's announcement.
Good, thank you.
So in terms of Freena, as Helen mentioned, we are one of those operators who actually support drivers to complete those requirements. So we partner with an English training provider, and with also we provided training to our drivers regarding CERU. Overall, we fully support TfL here, and we think the requirements are reasonable, and obviously there are certain cases where we may need a bit more time to be more flexible with people with dyslexia, etc. But overall, I believe it's the right way forward, and I don't think it has a negative impact on supply of drivers. So I welcome those requirements actually.
Okay, and the changes you welcome and the pilot.
I recognize that if someone has dyslexia or probably is let's say a first generation immigrant, and maybe they speak English but they're not necessarily comfortable with writing, I understand those concerns. So we definitely need to take them into account.
Thank you. And can I just stick with you as I have a follow-up question, if I can, is it just in terms of licensing requirements. TfL is responsible for licensing and regulating taxi and private hire drivers and vehicles, as well as private operators. But we understand that the TfL does not have the power to license companies operating taxi services via an app or radio circuit. Can I just ask, in the terms of your business, does that mean that only part of your company is regulated by TfL and part of it isn't? And how does that work?
So we are a licensed PHV operator.
Yeah.
But on the taxi side, indeed, there's no such a thing as a taxi operator license.
Yeah.
However, the reason why I believe there's not necessarily a need for it is because the requirements on drivers are already so high, and they have the knowledge, right? That TfL regulates the prices. There's no need for additional layer in terms of operator licensing. That's what I believe. If there were such requirements, I'm quite comfortable we would meet them because we are already a PHV operator. But I think that's where it comes from. So when we talk about the knowledge, when we talk about pricing, ensuring safety, all those things are already covered by the driver and vehicle licensing. So I think the current system completely makes sense.
TfL and Helen, can I ask, is that your view as well, or would you like the ability to have that licensing requirement?
It's an interesting question. It's one we haven't spoken to government about for a few years, actually. And I think the last time we did speak to them, we said that we didn't consider that it was necessary because drivers can apply for hire and can be held on street. We haven't given it a lot of thought, a lot of discussion with government since then. But obviously, as we've seen now, actually, I think all of the taxi app companies are also now private hire operators. So there has been that convergence anyway. And what we're tending to see is that that they tend to operate the same systems, obviously because of economies of scale and things. It does make life quite interesting when we're trying, if we're thinking about regulation and thinking about what regulation might be appropriate for private hire. It's a bit of an oddity that we're then talking to the same company, but actually, we haven't got the regulatory power to be able to say about one side of the company, but we can about the other. But we need to give it more thought. Sorry, it's a very waffly answer of ways, and I think I need to think about it.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just a couple of sentences. What we try to do as a company, I believe our competitors do the same thing. We try to copy some of the PHV requirements also to our taxi business. So when there are certain reporting requirements or safety enforcement requirements, complaint management, even though theoretically TfL doesn't regulate us on the taxi side, we still follow the same process. So whenever, for example, a customer complains about taxi fare or taxi driver behavior, we treat it exactly the same way as we would treat a PHV complaint. And as Helen mentioned, all major taxi players are also PHV operators. So I don't think it would have any impact on the business if we actually had also taxi operator license.
Thank you, that's helpful. Yeah, Asher.
Throw a penny's worth. I'm actually an all-licensed London electric taxis only with zero private hire on my business. And again, we don't have a requirement from TfL to be operators, as our drivers do the knowledge and they are the operators of their own vehicles. But we do supply them electric taxi booking work on a platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a 5-minute break. Canteens over there if anyone wants to grab anything. Blues are over the back. And we'll see you in, what time? Yeah, 1:45, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can start the second session. I'll call upon Assembly Member Pigeon.
Okay, I'm moving on to a section about the electrification of vehicles, and it all overlaps, and my colleague's going to talk more about charging points. But in terms of the vehicles, you've got the plug-in taxi grant, and we know that that is only guaranteed, I think, until March of this year. So it'd be good to hear, perhaps start off from TfL, are you making representations to government about what happens beyond that? Because we've already heard about the unaffordability of the vehicles, and obviously that helps with a small amount of finance. And if government isn't willing to continue that grant, is this something TfL may look at their own plug-in grant? Oh, it's Christina, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one could be either of us, but I'll take this one. So yes, I think in terms of making representations, we are absolutely doing that, and feel very strongly that this is something that we need to continue and that government need to continue. As we've talked about, you know, that cost barrier is a barrier to people moving into the industry and being able to see the uptake of those cleaner vehicles. So it is something that I think is important. In the plug-in grant to date, DFT have provided 4,000 of that. TfL have put in 3,500 of that. So we have been supporting that, but that funding is all running out. So we are having those conversations and making those representations. Also been making representations, have asked about the VAT on the vehicles, because there is VAT which is not necessarily applicable on privately owned wheelchair accessible vehicles. So the Commissioner has written to the Treasury about the VAT on the vehicles, about VAT on public charging points, and on the importance of the plug-in grant. So yeah, we're continuing to have all of those
on that
conversations.
So regardless of the 4,000 element that comes from DFT, will your 3,500 continue after?
So the 3,500 was also part of, that was funding that was provided by DFT for the purposes of us being able to provide those grants. So it's all part of the same conversation.
Okay.
And we are still having those conversations, and we are hopeful that we will be able to make some progress there. But it's, it's something.
And might you be considering, if you can't get anywhere with government, developing your own similar scheme?
So I think what we've done previously in terms of our own schemes is we've provided the Mayor provided kind of £50 million of funding, which includes that plug-in grant, but also the delicensing scheme payment, which again we kind of worked with the trade to restructure that in a way that made it more supportive for drivers and more attractive, and that spent kind of tens of millions, giving drivers up to £10,000.
Going forward, will you look? I mean,
so I think
I thought the answer would be yes, we'll be looking. We can't guarantee anything.
Well, and I think that probably is the answer, but I think within the context of funding, I definitely can't make any promises today. But I think the point that I'm making is that we feel strongly, and we have behaved in a way that demonstrates this previously, that financial support for drivers is a really important element, and we're continuing to have those conversations with government.
Lovely. Okay, now, as we've discussed earlier, the big issue is there is a monopoly here. We have one vehicle, as we've heard with finance, it's £100,000. I know from talking to Asha before, even if you bulk buy some for your fleet, you get virtually no discount on them. What options are there for making taxis more affordable in the future in London? What are your thoughts on that? I'm going to start with Asha.
Sadly, I can't see ahead anything shortly in the next 12, 18 months of any new type of vehicle. I did approach the Stellantis group to build an all-British licensed London or licensed taxi, and to couple it with technology, so we're collecting data, and it's something that regulators can regulate, operators can operate, drivers can book, advertisers can advertise, and it can replicate it globally. But that project is over 2 years. There's an investment, a huge investment. We are looking to work with the Penzo group, which is the same group who did the Mercedes conversion, but we are, I believe, at least 18 months to 2 years away. No matter how, with all the things we have to get through, we're a long way away. And with regards to, if I may just come along to that £7,500 grant, if that doesn't get renewed, I can just see a disaster in London, simply because when a taxi driver goes to buy, a taxi driver or a fleet owner goes to buy a cab, that £7,500 is shown as part of the sandwich, is part of a deposit on a vehicle. Now, if you take that away, you're going to see sales plummet to the lowest levels. LEVC, who have a monopoly, they can't even fund their current business at the moment because we're a warranty dealer as well. So they can't fund their current warranty problems because there's so many repetitive problems. This whole monopoly of the LEVC needs to really be looked into in detail, because the effects it's having on businesses like us, who support fleet owners like us, who actually get people into work, give them vehicles. We're the conduit for these people who can't afford to buy these vehicles. I can't afford the vehicles today with a 7,500 grant. We won't be buying more vehicles.
So the grants will be needed, but clearly it's the monopoly, and getting other players in is, you think, the way to make them more affordable in the future?
Well, without doubt. But one of the biggest things when you bring other players in, we mustn't lose sight of the glorious, iconic, licensed London taxi that we have. The purpose-built, iconic, wheelchair, clean, green, accessible vehicle. So we need to find a balance. Yes. Ideally, we shouldn't lose the iconicness of our vehicle. We need to invest in it and support it, and support the drivers who support it. That's my
lovely.
view.
Thank you. Mariusz, do you want to add anything to that?
I mean, I fully agree with what Asher said. We need at least, I would say, 2 other manufacturers here. There needs to be real competition. We need to bring the cost down to, I don't know, 60,000, 50,000 pounds. Because with 100,000, I mean, that 100,000 pounds is completely unreasonable. Yeah. And even 7,500 plug-in taxi grant, while it helps,
it's a drop in the ocean.
It's a drop in the ocean.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Steve McNamara, did you want to come in, and then Steve Wright?
I, there's a saying that you should be very careful what you wish for.
Yes.
The reality is the vehicle is expensive. It's also the best vehicle that we've ever had by far. There are reliability issues with key parts of it, but compared to vehicles that were driven previously, and me and Asher go back to when they wouldn't go up hills. I mean, that's not a joke, by the way. We had a model of a cab that wouldn't go uphill. And he's laughing because it's true. So be very careful what you wish for. Now, lots of people talk about alternative vehicles. Now, in the time that I've been in this business, and Asher and I have been in it about the same amount of time, for the vast majority of time, there's only ever been one vehicle, and there's only ever been a monopoly. There have been periods when there have been other vehicles come and other vehicles go. And the reason that they come and then they go is they tend not to be very good. The most recent one we had a Nissan, an electric Nissan cab. You may have seen them. They've been an absolute disaster. And so they went the way. The problem is that any modern vehicle that's going to meet the current ZEC requirements is going to be an expensive vehicle. It's almost certainly got to be pure EV. There's no way that anybody is suggesting or would support the removal of the wheelchair requirement. That's one of it's one of the key issues that we have in London. We're the only city in the world that has 100% wheelchair fleet. So that requirement's not going. So if you're going to keep the wheelchair requirement, the vehicle has to be of a certain size and dimensions. If you like, it has to be a van type conversion in order to qualify. There's a very limited number of van type conversions on the market that could be aligned. Asher mentioned the Mercedes. The current e-Vito, which was the similar one to the one that was used before, starts at about £70,000 as a van. So by the time you convert it into a taxi and you put a petition in and you fit the seats, and even if you don't go with a turning circle requirement, even if you were to scrap that, and I don't think you should, but even if you did, the vehicle would still be a similar price to the TXE. So there's no savings to be had there. The Stellantis that Asher talks about, again, realistically, we've got one. We use it as a newspaper delivery vehicle at work, electric one. We're very clean and green. And that vehicle costs us, I think, about £40,000. So again, by the time you convert it, and equally, there's there's new requirements for the height, for minimum height for wheelchair vehicle has to have. And I honestly don't think you could do it with a Stellantis, and we've looked at it. So be very careful what you wish for.
So how do you make them more affordable, Steve?
Well, firstly, LEVC are losing £140 million a year. So when we talk about monopolies, we mustn't be, all under the idea that they're all sitting up in Coventry quaffing champagne and cheering on. They're not. They're losing substantial amounts of money. And the reason for that is it's a very niche monopoly vehicle and always has been. Going back to to the days that Ash and I. The way to do it, and something that we've supported for many years, is wheelchair vehicles can be VAT exempted. They can be zero rated for VAT. That is absolutely something that should happen to a London taxi. If they were wheelchair exempted, we could lose 20% of VAT on the purchase price, would bring the price down. We need to massively support and get behind the plug-in taxi grant, possibly even looking to get it increased as crazy as it seems. Both of those would have a massive impact. Both of those would be good for us. They'd be good for the jobs in Coventry, English jobs, British factories and all of that. It'd be good for us. They'd be good for business. It's good for the wheelchairs. It's good for London. We keep our icon. And that's where we need to be looking, because I don't think anybody here is suggesting for a moment that, you know, we've lost the phone boxes. You know, the policemen now sit in BMWs and machine guns. You know, you don't see the bobby on his hat, and we could lose the iconic vehicle. And I don't think we should do that. And I think that central government needs to recognise that. I think the Treasury needs to reduce that on the vehicle, and I think TfL and the Mayor and indeed the Assembly should be pushing for that above all else.
That's very helpful. I'll bring Steve in, any comment you've got, and then I want to come to TfL. Steve.
Yes, I mean, the problems that are there for taxi are also there for private hire. Not all private hire vehicles cost £80,000 to £100,000, but some do. And the ones likely to be able to afford these things, the grants disappearing is an absolute catastrophe. But the Mayor has got something that can be directly done on this, because the congestion charge zone cleaner vehicle discount is going to stop in 2025. That's a catastrophe. And I've got a few notes here just from people that have really massively invested in EVs. May I read them? You know, as opposed
briefly,
to it says, the congestion charge zone cleaner vehicle discount exemption loss will be a disaster. The EV market has not progressed enough to make this incentive no longer necessary. The EV market is struggling in terms of vehicle availability and charging infrastructure. The cleaner vehicle discount exemption is the last remaining incentive available both in London and from central government to support PHV businesses to transfer and drivers to transfer to EVs. If the exemption ends, businesses who made investments to transition will see a huge increase in running costs. Currently, the demand for EVs amongst drivers is low because electricity prices have risen and fuel prices have dropped. And many private hire drivers do not have their own house or drive or ability to charge from home. That means effectively they have to go to work and lose an hour while they go and charge. They've also made the point that rapid chargers are very, very, very expensive.
Going to come onto the network, yeah.
So there are some problems here, and it's not just exclusively for taxi. But the Mayor can actually do something about this. The government have done it, not political statement, and I think TfL need to review what they're doing with this cleaner vehicle discount. Congestion charge.
Thank you.
Can I just come back in on that,
Steve, you wanted to mention something,
Very quickly, I mean, my heart bleeds for Steve. His members have got a plethora of choice of vehicles. You know, I think there's anything up to about 40 vehicles that can be used as a private hire vehicle. Some of them are as cheap as £25,000, and indeed you can invest and pay £100,000 on a vehicle, but it's a choice. It's a choice that we don't have, unfortunately.
Flat tax doesn't have, let's come to TfL, just to conclude this bit in terms of the Commissioner and Deputy Mayor. The Mayor has said are working with industry representatives on this. I know from when we met a few months ago that I think you were off to meet the manufacturer. Can you update us what discussions are taking place? Are you looking at whether you can widen the vehicles? What are you doing in this space to try to deal with this issue?
Yeah, I mean, it is a complex issue on the taxi side, as we've heard. We have the Commissioner has recently written to the Treasury asking for that 20% VAT that Steve has said, which I think will make the key difference. It is. I recognise what Ash is saying about a monopoly, but I mean, for all the reasons that we talked about earlier, this is a finite market, and I think any vehicle manufacturer looking to come into London is going to look at the the amount of vehicle sales, and then it's a judgment call for them, and not something we've got direct control over. But we're very keen to work with any vehicle manufacturers that show an interest in developing a vehicle to bring into London, and we'll stand ready to talk to them.
Will you be reviewing the requirements at all as part of this piece of work you're about to undertake as well?
Well, I think that's something that we haven't given detailed consideration to, because for all the reasons Christina set out earlier, we want to have some engagement with the industry to determine what should and shouldn't be looked at. I mean, there are two key requirements which essentially drive the shape of the vehicle. One is wheelchair accessibility, the other is the turning circle. The turning circle is still used. I think Steve did a poll with his a survey with his members quite recently that said that I can't remember the statistics, but a lot of drivers still use it every day. Our ranks are any ranks we put in are designed and developed with the turning circle in mind. So it would be a huge change to depart from that, and it would need proper consideration.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garrett. Oh, sorry, Assembly Member Baker, did you want to come in?
They've all been answered.
Oh, thank you. Assembly Member Garrett.
Very efficient. Just a quick question. I was going to come on to the charging, but just a quick question that doing this job, people accost me and go, you're asking about this thing, I'd like you to ask this. So here's the question that I was given to ask, which is interesting, and perhaps one you could answer, Asha. It's about the electric fleet. And specifically, you mentioned earlier about reliability problems with certain components, and he mentioned to me the heater, that particularly obviously we've had a period of cold weather. So you're nodding and making a face, a face of recognition, I think. His point was that the heater's proving unreliable, and there's because of this limited number of places where you can get it fixed. How big a problem is that? Is that something that's getting sorted? Oh, sorry, Ashley, don't forget your mic.
It's a huge problem for both fleet owners and owner drivers. During the winter, we have no heating, so our passengers have to go in the back of our taxi, and we pick up ABC1's C-Suite of London, who book with us for a guaranteed taxi. They have to sit in the back of my cab, ice cold, or even get out of my cab. And when you go to LEVC for spare parts, they're on back order. But they're able to manufacture more vehicles. But today I have 23 vehicles of my fleet waiting for parts. 23 vehicles, which include heat pumps for air conditioning in the summer. In the winter, we've got the heating problem, and the ERADs are a problem that we keep bringing to the market. Every week we are losing constant money as a business because of spare parts. And that also applies to owner drivers as much as fleet owners. And with regards to spare parts, we're coming into the 5th year of the electric taxi. Battery management is another thing that we have to look at, because all those vehicles that we bought in the first 5 years, all those batteries are not up to standard. They weren't up to standard then, certainly not up to standard now, and they cost £20,000 each to repair. So no one's seen the storm coming yet. I'm feeling it. So we're experiencing it. So parts and repairs, we are not supported from LEVC. And even with this £140 million loss a year as a warranty dealer, you don't get paid on time. So small businesses are really struggling. Fleet owners are struggling with any support, even from the manufacturer.
I mean, it seems to me the only thing worse than £400 a week for a taxi is £400 a week for a taxi that's off the road.
Oh, and apparently we can't get spare cabs to support us because it's drivable. But it's because it's drivable, we won't get a spare vehicle on a warranty, but that's not right.
So
and these are brand new vehicles.
So, I mean, this does sound like a real problem. So is there, I mean, obviously there's this monopoly relationship. I don't know if there's someone who can drive. I don't know whether there's something that TfL can put pressure on them to deal with, obviously as the people who've selected that vehicle. Sorry, thank you, Asha, I really appreciate. Helen?
I was just going to come in to say, I mean, this isn't an issue we were aware of, but we do meet regularly with LEVC and have some very constructive conversations. This is absolutely something we're very happy to take back and raise in our next conversations with them.
Yeah, well, there we are. That's one positive thing we might have achieved this morning. Thanks. So now onto my actual questions, which were about the charging points. So I don't know who wants to perhaps with TfL. Obviously, the move to the all-electric fleet comes with it a requirement for charging, particularly obviously those are working vehicles that are, they're hopefully are busy all day long, so they need range and they need to be able to recharge. So TfL has got the electric vehicle delivery plan specified 40 to 60,000 charging points built by 2030. From your point of view, TfL, is that presumably that's a project that you're driving? You happy that you're on track to get to that point?
Yeah, so we are broadly on track to meet those forecasts, and that's through borough delivery using £39 million of the Levi Fund, the Local Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Fund, and the on-street charge point scheme. So we are on track to meet those the needs that we identified through that plan. I think one of the other things that we identified through the plan, which is really important, is when we were identifying that kind of level of need, we looked at it through the eyes of key user groups, and we had both taxi drivers and PHV drivers identified as part of that, and they have quite different charging needs, I think, which has already been alluded to. And I think, as you say, where you've got taxi drivers who might be out all day and need to kind of get a rapid or an ultra-rapid charge on as part of a charging day, you need to make sure that you've got access to those charge points in the places where people need them and that they are available, and then you can kind of stop and do a 40-minute top-up, and that keeps you going, or a recharge, in fact. But for PHV drivers, it's quite different, and you've got lots of PHV drivers who don't necessarily have access to off-street charging. And so I think what's really important when we think about that future infrastructure mix is that we don't put all our emphasis on rapids and ultra-rapids. There's still a need for that kind of on-street, overnight, slow fast charging. So that mix of the type of chargers, where they are, and the different groups that they need to serve is something that's really important as planning that right level of infrastructure.
And in terms of getting to that number, we're on track. We're not doing the hockey stick thing where nothing much happens and suddenly it all gets fixed in the last year of the target.
I don't think so. I think we are on track and seeing it growing as we thought it would need to grow. So we've looked at that across kind of two different time spans. The delivery plan looked to 25, and then we had the strategy looking to 30. So we're kind of on track with that. I think just by way of numbers, I'm not going to throw millions of them out, but more than 18,500 public charge points in London, which is more than a third of all the charge points in the UK. 1,000 of those are rapids or ultra rapids. 300 of those were put in by TfL, 80 are taxi only. So we are continuing to kind of ramp up that delivery and make sure that we have the charge points in, but also that the hubs are where people need them in central on key strategic routes.
Okay, before I go on to my next question, back to you for a moment, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, just before we move on, can I welcome to the public gallery the school council from St Bernadette's Primary School in Harrow. Hello, welcome. Thank you. Assemblyman Garrett.
Thanks. So we were just talking about TfL's installation of chargers. I had a question down here, which is, are there any barriers preventing you meeting the targets? But it sounds like there aren't, because you feel like you're on target to meet them. Is that fair to say?
I think that's right. I think the thing that we want to continue to do is to continue to work with the private sector on making sure that we kind of maximise both of our ability to get those points in the right place. So one of the barriers that has previously been identified is land. One of the things that we did through that strategy, the kind of keystone commitment, was freeing up TfL and GLA land, which is often in very useful places. So we are working through Places for London, we've got an EV infrastructure delivery group, so that's how we're doing that. So we are trying to tackle those barriers.
Places for London, for just the jargon busting, that's TfL's property development arm rebranded, isn't it? Places for London. So just finally, before I open up to the panel, so I was going to imagine that one of the challenges is about, obviously most of these sites, roads in central London, are going to be council roads rather than TfL roads, but it sounds like using GLA and TfL land, you're sort of able to be more in control of getting the charger network out. Is that right?
So I think it's both of those things. We're using GLA and TfL land. We're trying to find those kind of prime sites, but we're also working really closely with the boroughs, and we're doing that with London Council. So we do have a kind of pan-London approach to that, which is working successfully.
Okay. So having heard how great it is, anybody else on the panel, what's your experience, either from PHV or from a cab point of view, of finding electric infrastructure? Asher, perhaps you can kick us off.
I know all about electric infrastructure. I bought the first 50 electric taxis and I had to get them charged. And it was an absolute nightmare because the chargers were in the wrong place or weren't where the drivers lived. Or when you actually achieved getting there, they weren't working. And you'd have to make all that trip to get there. Things have changed. The chargers are popping up. A lot of private companies are popping up. all over the place. With regards to charging, the whole big thing about charging is where drivers live. When I first started buying these taxis, I used to rent them. I could only rent it to a driver who has a drive. Like you were saying, Steve, at the end. Steve, right? I could only rent it to somebody who had a drive. Today, I've rented it to all the drivers who've got a drive. And now we've got cab drivers and diesel cabs who want to get into electric, but they live in tower blocks. And when they want to come and rent a taxi, we can't just chuck a cable from a tower block, so we don't rent them the vehicle. So the market of rental is difficult at the moment. We have struck a deal with an energy provider that will assist these drivers in very shortly. So the issue of charging is quite critical. The difference is with our vehicle, we were sold an electric vehicle, but we are an electrically driven vehicle. Now that's a big point. We're spending £100,000 on an electrically driven vehicle. So we've got an ICE engine, a combustion engine in our electrically driven vehicles that actually allows our vehicles to be charged at 5% at all times. But what you're seeing here is we're defeating the purpose. If you actually go next to an electric taxi on the street, you can hear the engine running. It's fair to say that this electrically driven taxi gives out 29 grams of carbon emissions in comparison to 229 grams of a diesel, right? But the point is, we're still electrically driven. So charging infrastructure at the moment is not where it needs to be. I find it's a long way off. My drivers are using their combustion because they don't and are not forced to charge. So that's where we are.
So it's a barrier. So just to follow it, then, it's a barrier. Is it obviously if drivers have got their own drive at home, they can have their own rapid charger, let's say, or even just an overnight charger on their drive at home, so they start their shift fully charged.
Correct.
But presumably, increasingly, I mean, this is not a property committee, but obviously, increasingly, that's not the norm for people to live in a house with a drive in London. So does is that a new barrier effectively to entrance into the market?
Most of our drivers have moved onto the outer side of London. They're not really licensed London fleets, and drivers are not really in London. They're out of London from around the M25, going, in my view, out to from the North Circular out to the M25. There is a demography who have drives, and there's quite a few people now. I would say the bulk of the people that we have are living in flats and don't have the ability to charge on their drive.
Okay, thanks Asher. Anybody over this end? Steve or Steve, do you want anything to add on the challenge of charging or perhaps the ease of charging?
The major factor is the cost of on-street charging. When we were first using the RCPs that were provided, we were paying 35 pence a kilowatt. They're now approaching 70 and 75 pence a kilowatt, so they've doubled. The availability is obviously getting better everywhere, but it's a primary decision. It's a cost. And just like everything else with these vehicles and everything we do, it's just expensive.
Yeah. Steve, obviously particularly more from the PHV perspective, Steve, obviously your fleet is gradually switching over as well, I guess.
Well, it is gradually, and the reason it's gradually is that 90% of private hire drivers live in flats or terraced accommodation in inner city areas where there just isn't any infrastructure. Now, if you come back to the scenario, when I ran my company in Harrow many years ago, I actually used to say, never start work in the mornings with an empty tank of fuel. Well, all these people are starting with an empty charge, if you like, if they can't charge it at home. This is a real problem. And the numbers, although we hear 40,000, 4 million motorists in London? Is it 4 million? So when you start to put the numbers into place, it's certainly millions. I can't be sure. I heard 4 million a while back. You've got to put the number of chargers available, but the cost. We had one of our fleets that was very much pro getting into the scenario because they were a fleet as opposed to self-employed drivers. They're employing, and they took the fuel. They replaced their fuel card with an EV card, and they found that the cost was dearer than diesel. They've now taken those off of those drivers, and guess what? The government hasn't woken up yet. I'm sure it must be thinking about this, to the Treasury impact of fuel. These prices of electricity are without no fuel excise duty. So there's we've really got to solve some problems here. Not enough chargers, definitely.
So it's, well, So I was just going to ask, is it an availability of charging problem or a cost of charging problem or a combination of both?
It's a combination of both.
Okay.
And it's preventing the electrification.
Yeah, I spoke to a PHV driver actually, and he'd switched recently from diesel to electric, and he was quite excited about it initially. Lovely new silent vehicle, and the company that he was working with prided themselves on being all electric, and he was a bit grumpy about it because he felt he'd come out worse off as a result of switching, because it was more expensive to run, which he was not expecting. Is that
that's
one
case.
Grumpy driver, or is that normal?
No, that's the case. And when you've got a big international company that operates in 200 odd countries that says, actually, we're trying to back this, and we're going to give people a card where they can charge and do this, and they say we've had to withdraw them because the price where they're getting on the street is prohibitive.
Presumably if you charge at home, that's less of an issue, but then you come into the...
It's up to 8 times cheaper to charge at home.
Okay.
That's the problem.
So it is a big divide. Okay, I think that's it from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now move to Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, panel. 2 questions. The first question is to TfL. So has TfL completely resolved its previous disputes with Uber?
Thank you for the question. So Uber is a licensed private hire operator, along with around 1,700 other licensed private hire operators. I don't think TfL has ever had an issue with Uber. We just have we have requirements that we expect all licensed private hire operators to meet. And Uber has put a number of things in place off the back of some decisions that TfL's made, and they are a licensed operator. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's much more I can answer. In terms of the appropriateness of talking about one individual operator amongst 1,700.
Yeah, but it's the one that actually has had a lot of publicity. Some very, legitimate issues, were raised by the court cases and so on. So, are there any other sort of outstanding issues?
Well, no. I mean, I think I'm trying to think how. The fact that they are a licensed operator, and I can't remember when their license expires, actually. But we haven't, there's nothing that causes us concern with them, or indeed a number of other private hire operators, that would suggest that their licensing status has changed. I'm not sure if that answers the question. I'm sorry if it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to my second question, which is to all of you. And if I can start with you, Steve, from the left, and then move to the right, not politically speaking. So what will the impacts be to the taxi industry of Uber opening up its service to black cabs?
Well, I try to avoid talking too much about the taxi industry and leave that to my colleagues, but I think there is a resistance to that happening. Naturally, Uber is a PHV entity that stated it would like to get rid of all the taxis wherever it was and replace them with driverless cars many moons ago. So they haven't endeared themselves in previous lives to people. That's not a good start point for all the many self-employed drivers in the 2 sectors. But really, I think, at the end of the day, their business model is going to be their business model. They're going to try and get into the black cab space because other apps have done that. We'll see. I think I'll leave that for the taxi industry to answer, and I'll take the Fifth Amendment on giving you a complete breakdown. Thank you.
Which brings us to you, Steve.
The answer is it won't. The reality is that to launch an app in London, and Mariusz and Asher will give you more detail on that, you need probably a base of 3,000 drivers as a minimum in order to provide a decent coverage. And I'm going to be stunned if Uber get 30 drivers, let alone 3,000. As Steve rightly summed up, look, our relationship with the private hire industry has changed massively over the years. I mean, I'm sitting next to Mariusz. He runs a private hire fleet. He runs a taxi fleet on his apps, as do Bolt, as do Get. And drivers work quite happy with those platforms. The issue with Uber is there's a long history of it. You don't need me to go into it. They announced this when Bolt were coming into the taxi market, they came and saw everybody in the trade. They told them what they were doing. You know, we had various conversations with them, and they launched. You know, Uber in typical fashion announced it in a fanfare of media launches and balloons and bunting, and you know, and gave it all as a done deal. And it's very much far done. It's not a done deal. We're doing very well at the moment, as I've said to you earlier. We're doing very well on our existing apps. Interestingly, sorry, just now when we were talking about apps and whether they should be licensed or not, there's actually 3 apps in London that don't also run private hire. There's Asher runs Sherbet, there's also one called Unify, and there's one called Taxi App. They have no private hire on them at all, and they're not licensed or regulated by TfL, and neither should they be. So we've got a good choice of apps, and they all work very well for us. We certainly don't need Uber. And I honestly just can't see it having an impact. I think there's one or two things that are going to happen. They're either not going to launch as they said they were going to launch and it'll all die a death, or they'll put ghost cabs on their app. So when you open the app, you'll see all these cabs driving around. No, this is how these apps work. You'll see these ghost cabs on the app, and when you try and hail one, you won't get one. And so to answer you, isn't going to happen.
TfL.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I mean, this is obviously a matter for Uber to comment on and for individual taxi drivers to decide whether that's something that they want to do or not. It's not really a matter for TfL as the regulator.
I mean, I can only congratulate them on another successful PR campaign. I mean, because that's what it is. So yeah, maybe if they recruit 20 drivers, maybe they will cover one small train station. Yeah, we've seen other companies trying to launch in the black cab space. We have like as Free now, we never seen any negative impact on our supply, and I really don't expect that drivers are actually going to choose to drive for Uber. We saw a lot of negative feedback. I haven't met a single taxi driver that said something positive about them. So yeah, good luck to Uber.
Well, my view is if you really want to destroy the licensed taxi trade, allow them on the Uber platform, simply because licensed London taxis are regulated by a meter, right? We're regulated by a meter. We do not surge price. We guarantee that we arrive. We don't cancel 30% of our bookings. We are properly regulated and licensed. And I truly feel that Uber's attempt to get into the licensed London taxi market yet again, it's just a farce and great PR. I don't see that happening, and we have seen drivers take up the offer, but it's really taking the money rather than the offer. So, and not only that, I look at them more as a tech disruptor who wants to destroy our iconic licensed London taxi industry, not only in London, in every city in the world. So let's be very careful. If drivers want to join, by all means, we can't stop them, but I don't think there'll be major success in London. And if I can just add, licensed London taxi drivers alone contribute over £1.4 billion in licensed London taxi fares alone to the London economy. We don't need Uber to help us along to do that. We do that alone. We pay our taxes in London. We ferry the CEOs in London. We ferry the C-suite of London, keeping this economy moving. We're doing a good job. We can do without Uber at the moment. And that's my view, Mr. Desai. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that full and frank answers. Assembly Member Berry, did you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk about one particular company, but there is a wider issue, is there not, of app-based hiring, which obviously there are people like your company, Mariusz, who are focused on black cabs, but also a wealth of app-based work, some of which is taxi driving and some of which is obviously couriering in different ways of things around, where there are issues around worker rights and worker support. And I just wanted to ask Transport for London if you are having good contact with people representing the workers for the private hire companies who particularly work for apps where this is an issue. I know they're represented by the App Drivers and Couriers Union, who I aren't here today, but I know work in this space. Do you meet with them? Do you regularly check in about worker conditions? I know this applies less to black cabs, but it is definitely an issue and something that TfL probably is concerned about more widely around other types of services on the roads as well.
Thank you. So we do meet regularly with a number of private hire driver representative groups, including the ADCU, the GMB. They are part of our regular formal engagement, but actually we have a lot of informal engagement with the IWGB, and you know, anyone that wants to ask us for a meeting to discuss something that's important to them. I mean, worker rights are a matter for the specialist employment tribunals, as opposed to being a matter for TfL as the regulator. Obviously, if there are cases that have been through through a court system, and then there's repeated breaches, that is something that we could or we would take into consideration as part of a fit and proper consideration in the future. But we do have regular engagement with those groups that you've mentioned.
Excellent, thank you very much. And obviously, yeah, it's about being responsive to things like court cases and tribunals that then have an impact on how you might regulate in future. So finally, the roundtable that my colleague has so kindly raised and asked you to set up ahead of your next development of your strategy, will you include those groups in your roundtable, please?
Do you mean in terms of the ADCU and the GMB?
Yes, driver representatives.
Yes,
and, yeah,
absolutely.
Cool. Great, thank you.
Sorry, Steve, you wanted to come in, Steve McNamara.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly. Helen mentioned that one of the licensing requirements for a private hire operator is to be fit and proper. That is the primary requirement of anyone who's licensed. You know, personally, I've always thought that the way the company acts, a lot of it should be taken into account. So, for example, a company, no names, no pack drill, that deliberately bases itself abroad, avoids its tax liabilities, treats its workers in the way it treats them, is literally dragged through the court system, kicking and screaming every inch of the way, and to be made to recognise their workers' rights, the way that they treat their workers, the way that they treat the public. I think personally that should all be part of the fit and proper criteria, and something that I think TfL should be reviewing.
Thank you. Assemblymember Desai, you want to come in?
Chair, just to add to what the Assemblymember, the question from Assemblymember Shanberry, I'm going to declare an interest. I'm a member of the GMB, and I'm glad that TfL is engaging with a proper trade union and who represent many Uber workers. Well, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that after the historic court case, so I just want to put on record my appreciation that you are engaging with the GMB trade union.
I'm sure that's in your declaration of interest anyway, isn't it, Assembly?
Well, most certainly.
Yeah, of course. Wonderful. Thank you. All right, if we can move on to Assemblymember Moema, please.
Thank you. I will come to my questions, but I just wanted to ask Steve Wright. I was really interested in what you were saying about vehicle excise duty on diesel and petrol and not on electricity for drivers, that concern for the Treasury. If you wouldn't mind expanding on that. But my question to all of you, though, is are there currently enough places for taxi and private hire drivers to rest and meet? I know you've gone down from 60 to 30 rest places. Is that the case, Stephen McNamara? So I'll start with you first, Stephen Wright.
Okay, just to say about the cost to the Treasury and to the government, it's a simple thing. Electricity prices are subject to a small amount of VAT, my understanding at the moment. And of course, fuel, diesel, petrol, is subject to fuel duty, which is quite a big, massive, great big government revenue. Now we're seeing the price of charging matching the price of diesel, in some case being greater, without the government's fuel duty on it. At some stage, somebody's going to get out a calculator and work out there's a massive, great big black hole. If everybody moved to electric, there'd be a massive, great big problem. So we've got to look at this now and think about it now and think, if we want to get the electrification to happen, you've got to take this in as a factor. and it's not much discussed. So does that explain?
Yeah, no, I was just really interesting food for thought. Just
Thank
that side, his comment was helpful. So yeah, back to my substantive question about enough places for taxis and private hire drivers to rest and meet. Maybe we'll start with Steve McNamara and then go along, come back.
So yeah, what you're referring to is the green taxi huts that are in London. The number hasn't actually decreased in recent years at all. In the last 40 years, I think the numbers have stayed pretty static. They're listed buildings, and incidentally, if any Assembly member has never been in one, they were built by Lord Shaftesbury, I think, in 1850 or something, as a rest place, and they literally are Victorian works of art. And if anyone's never been in one, I'd be very happy to entertain you there from one of them for a cup of tea, and you could enter it in your members' book of interests, obviously. And they are literally fascinating historical parts of London. The numbers haven't gone down. There are issues with parking on some of them alongside ranks, but those numbers haven't gone down. But generally speaking, trying to stop anywhere in London for anybody. And one of the major issues that we have, and I'll come on to it again at the moment, is we now employ 5 people full-time to answer the phone to our members all day, dealing with tickets. And I know for a fact that Asher and his fleets, most of the fleets now have to employ someone to just deal with notices that come through all day long. You do a U-turn, you get a ticket, you park here, you get a ticket, you do this, you get a ticket, you do that, you get a ticket. And it has become a major issue. We're actually recruiting at the moment for another call taker, just trying to deal with the sheer numbers of camera-enforced offences that we get. Some quite minor, some quite a pain, and I'm sure that Asher will speak for the other fleet owners when he tells you the vast majority of them have actually need to employ someone now, an additional expense just to deal with the stuff that comes through every day. So finding somewhere to stop, very, very difficult. And of course you don't know you've got a ticket until such time as a fortnight later it comes through the post and you're trying to think, well, what was I doing there? You know, it's very, very difficult. London, as you know, is one of the most camera-enforced cities in the world. And I always say to people, if you're going to get mugged, which is a frequent occurrence on our streets now, do it on a yellow line because they'll get a picture of you.
I'm quite interested in that visit, though I don't think we'd drink £50 worth of tea to declare it in our interest. But each, yeah. No, but that's a really serious point. So I'm just interested. I don't know much about the stands that you're talking about, but we've talked about infrastructure, charging infrastructure. Is that something that you could bring those two things together in those places?
Yeah, we've suggested that the problem with charging infrastructure, obviously one of the things when we first liaised with TfL and we were looking at places to put charging infrastructure, one of the big problems is you can't actually just put a charger anywhere you want. The power supply has to be there. It can be very expensive to get the power moved from one side of the road to the other. Some of them are not statutory approved. You have to get planning permission for them. So the whole charging thing is very difficult. But again, this is the second time today. We've been approached by a company that's got allegedly got an innovative idea to supply rapid charging across London, throughout the ULEZ, throughout them, initially to the taxi trade, but possibly elsewhere. And to be very fair to Christina, and it's again first time today, that TfL have actually met these people. They're very strange people, as I'm sure she'll tell you. But I can't say too much. We've had to sign NDAs and stuff. But it could actually, if it works, it could be really positive, and it could be a really good thing. And obviously, if and when it comes, we'd welcome the Assembly sort of looking at it and perhaps helping to promote it even further.
Thank you. And can I come to Mariusz and Asher as well?
Yes. Definitely. Those green huts are a great place for taxi drivers. Though I think maybe for PHV drivers it's a bit bigger challenge, because one thing I wanted to clarify: we actually have PHV and taxi business, both of them, and they are both quite substantial. Combining charging infrastructure with places to rest during your shift, I think that's something that TfL is definitely doing a lot as well to support. So I would say it's an important topic, and I definitely think that, especially on the PHV side, more probably could be done.
As a whole, I think it's so important for taxi drivers to stop. They have to go to the toilet twice a day, or if not more. There's lacking of toilets in central London for the drivers to stop. If we do stop, we can't park, and if we park, we'll get a ticket. I do like the idea of Sam of charging and convenience and facilities, and it's something that we are looking to work with energy providers to give convenience and charging to our drivers, and hopefully we'll have an announcement soon that we share with you.
Before I come to TfL, Steve, was there anything you wanted to add to that, or?
No, of course, private hire vehicles can't rank, so we're a different type of animal in that respect. And they go back lawfully. Steve's smiling. They generally tend to park in places, but what I'd add to that is that I can't see there being rest areas on the agenda for private hire. Private hire does manage to get, but the problem of ticketing is getting quite serious, even on places where we're absolutely lawfully able to park and set down on red routes. I'm getting quite a lot of information saying that the tickets are coming in for lawfully stopping and dropping and picking up person on a red route, and that they're actually having to go in and appeal them, which is wasting a great deal of money for everybody. So that's something to look at. But it is difficult to lawfully park anywhere at the moment. It's very, very difficult. And at the end of the day, for environmental reasons, private hire vehicles don't want to be returning too far back towards their office or what have you, or having to go to their offices even to use facilities. But it can't be solved in the same way as it can with the green huts.
And so, Christina and Helen, you've heard what the providers have got to say. What more can TfL be doing to support the issues that they've raised?
Well, I think, as Steve says, there are a number of rest ranks. We designate them as rest ranks for taxi drivers already. And we have actually undertaken some trials, which, again, it was limited to taxi drivers, to give them access to some tube stations, to the facilities on site of the tube stations, with rest ranks nearby, so that we could tie it all up together. Unfortunately, they didn't prove popular with taxi drivers at all. I'm sure there will be very valid reasons for that. Perhaps get into them. So we have discontinued those trials, but we do publish online a list of toilet facilities, which is just pulling together all publicly available information. But we have put it in one place for taxi and private hire drivers to be able to use. We do obviously recognise there is a challenge, and there is a basic human right with having access to those facilities. But we didn't consider it was worth continuing with the trial, because obviously that wasn't the answer. But we remain available, to speak to, listen to what the issues are, and seeing where we can continue to provide any support.
Okay, if I can just push on the point that Steve McNamara and Asher raised about the ticketing, is that what work has been done to support as they've reported, the growth in tickets and managing that for taxis and private hire drivers?
So, I mean, those issues don't get raised with my team as a regulator. I've no doubt some of those tickets will have come from other parts of TfL. I'd be very happy to have a conversation or facilitate that conversation with my colleagues in TfL. But of course, the ticketing goes much wider than TfL, because that presumably is an issue that they're experiencing from boroughs as well.
Assemblymember Assemblymember Baker, do you want to come in, please?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to pick up on a subject that we covered earlier on, but an aspect of it wasn't fully covered. But before I do that, I'd like to pick up on something else, which it's really good to hear the conversation about welfare, and I think the panel is, really, really knowledgeable, fantastic panel. But we don't actually have any representatives of private hire drivers here, as has been referenced by a couple of we can't have an endless panel, and there are lots and lots of driver organisations. But I think maybe we need to think about making sure that in areas where maybe, so for instance, why women aren't coming into the industry, and also on this welfare issue, whether we need to make sure that we're getting some voices in, and that's no criticism of any of you. Thank you for all your contributions. I think we need to have a think about that. But my actual question is around, we were talking about women drivers earlier on, but something that came up a couple of months ago, speaking to TfL, was about the provision of taxis for women where they might want to make sure there is a woman driver, taxis or private hire. Yeah, because we used to, years ago, I remember, there used to be minicab firms who were all women drivers, and and it has been from some of constituents, it has been raised. Now, obviously, the structure of private hire particularly is completely changed, well, not completely, but significantly changed now. Is there any way, do you think, of managing to provide that service for women who might want to say, no, I definitely want to book a specific woman private hire driver? Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
It's interesting that you should say that, because there is a significant demand for it, and I hear it over my breakfast cereal, because my wife is frequently asked by women to give her a card and a phone number for that very reason. So there is definitely a demand for it. My sister-in-law, I come from a family of cab drivers. Christmas around my house is like a rank, and it's a rank of cabs outside. And my sister-in-law also drives a cab. They constantly say the same thing. They get it all the time. So there is a demand for it. The problem would be, because there are so few women cab drivers, when you spread it across 3 or 4 shifts, they're not going to be in the right place at the right time, and unfortunately that's the problem. But there's certainly a demand for it.
I think certainly for taxis, it's about trying to work out why women aren't going into the trades, and I think we all sort of support trying to work that out, I think. Else want to come in?
So I mean, what Steve said is completely true, and I can say from the business perspective, even if we had all female drivers from PHV and taxi on a single platform, that's still not enough to deliver good service levels. So we would have to raise this share from 2% to at least 5%, maybe more, to actually for this kind of fleet to exist, because otherwise either we are talking about very long waiting times for everyone, which will mean either very low earnings for drivers because it was waste a lot of time on going to the customer, or very high prices for customers, or alternatively we would need to cover only a small part of London. So before we can ignoring, let's say, potentially legal challenges here as well, we would need to have at least, I would say, 3 times more women in the trade for this kind of fleet to be possible.
Yeah. So, but it's something that you could look into, but we just need to have the drivers there. Okay, that's fine. Steve?
Yeah, I go back a long way, back to the 70s and 80s when Cindy George was the lady that started the first lady cabs. Yeah. But she couldn't sustain it. And she couldn't sustain it because she couldn't get the drivers. And the reason she couldn't get the drivers is that women chose to work more on a part-time basis. And when you have to fund a vehicle, a licence, and all the costs of insurance, it's not viable to do it on a part-time basis. That's a major hurdle. Now, I am talking to Think Pink and Females in the Fleet, and we've got some very good members within the LPHCA community that are trying to do their best, but it is difficult, and it simply boils down to the demographic of the work that women choose to do. And of course, we have mentioned the fear factor, late at night and what have you. So that comes into it. It's not an easy task, but we're actually thinking of putting forward a women's representative onto our group. We've had them in the past, and I'm having talks with a couple of the prominent female operators that got females that are very, very prominent in their organisations to see what we can do. But it's a difficult challenge. It's not something you could mandate easily. It's a difficult challenge, but any assistance we can get will be welcome.
Thanks. That's really helpful. Okay. Oh no, it's actually
back to me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Slight shift in gear, so to speak. With the changes in government legislation, around pedicabs. This is for TfL. How are you planning to integrate pedicabs into taxi and private hire strategies?
Thank you. So yes, obviously we welcome. I said earlier we welcome the bill, and we're following its progress very closely. We've had a lot of conversations with government over the years about the potential regulation of pedicabs, and we have already drafted a potential outline of a licensing framework. That would require some further discussion and engagement with the pedicab industry, and then we would put that out to consultation and obviously ask a much wider audience, including passengers or potential passengers of pedicabs, before we would set a regulatory framework. It probably comes as no surprise that the outline of the regulatory framework that we've drafted as a potential is very similar in nature to the framework that we already operate for taxi and private hire. We would be very keen to get input on that from pedicab drivers, pedicab operators, but also people who would look to use those services.
Does anybody else have any comments around that? Because I can't imagine that they are loved and they are just a different beast. So if we start with Steve and then continue.
We obviously worked very closely with Nikki Aiken when she was preparing a private members bill, which is basically the one that's currently going through at the moment. Whenever we raise the subject of pedicabs or rickshaws, the first thing that people say is you don't like the competition, but they're not competition to us, But rickshaws in London, literally, it's a drunken fairground ride, as we all know. From Covent Garden to Leicester Square, anyone in this room or anyone listening or watching who's thinking of planning a journey home tonight, you might consider the night bus, you might get the night tube, you might get the Elizabeth line. You don't put pedicab on your list of journeys to get home. It is not a transport option. It's a fairground ride, and anyone who says otherwise is just wrong. And what we see, because we get the reports constantly from drivers, is these outrageous rip-off fares where a tourist is picked up, taken a few hundred yards, and almost threatened and demanded hundreds of pounds for a journey. Some of them have been well publicised. We also get damage to vehicles, where the guy rides by and scratches the cab. This £100,000 vehicle that's now got a scratch down the side that's going to fail its licensing appointment, because someone's having a rickshaw race across London. So we were initially of the opinion they should have been banned totally. We don't see any purpose for them in a 21st century city like London. I just think it's quite crazy. But having said that, if we're going to regulate them, we need to do it properly. The legislation needs to be primarily on fares, primarily on safety. We had one tested many years ago at the Transport Research Laboratory, and if anyone's looking, you can find the crash test on our website. The Transport Research Laboratory wouldn't let their engineers ride it at more than 9 miles an hour. They said it wasn't safe. And that was before they were electrically assisted. Some of these things now do 20 and 25 miles an hour. It's absolutely crazy that they're allowed to operate on the streets. And what we'll be saying to TfL is, as part of the licensing structure, the primary concern is they cannot be electrified. You cannot have them as electric because of the speed. Safety has to be a key concern. They need to have seat belts and God knows what else. And the key issue is the fares must be regulated, and they've got to be set, and it needs to be clearly displayed to stop the rip-off. So, as you probably gathered, we don't like them.
Helen, do you want to come back?
I think Steve has touched on a point. Fares obviously is something that we hear a lot from people. We see a lot of media stories about people getting charged extortionate fares for going very short journeys. So fares absolutely are part of the potential framework that we've put together. The one thing that we're having ongoing discussions with government about at the moment is the level of background checking for the drivers, because for taxi and private hire drivers it's absolutely right that we do enhanced DBS checks. As it currently stands, the occupation of pedicab driver doesn't fall under the definition that would permit us to do enhanced DBS checks. So we have set out that we are seeking a firm commitment from government that that will be resolved by the time we come to implement any kind of licensing regime, because it cannot be right that they do a journey transporting potentially children and vulnerable adults, but all passengers, and have had a lower standard of check than everybody else that we regulate.
I just really quickly. All right. Okay. So as Steve has said, the function of a pedicab as a transport mode, it's really difficult to see where it fits in a wider strategy. And what's your view on the appropriateness of it as a, trying to be diplomatic, as a legitimate kind of alternative to like the bus or even a scooter? I'm thinking of the police who struggle to stop a person on an e-scooter because it's going too fast and that's going at 10 miles an hour. How would it work? How does it fit into the ecosystem of all of the vehicles on the road?
So I think, as Helen says, what we need to understand is what that actual offering is, how it's regulated, what service it's performing, and I think that's what's difficult to do now whilst it is unregulated in the way that it is. So I think once you've got those parameters, you can start to look at how it might fit into a transport strategy and into that kind of hierarchy of modes, if you like, and whether it counts as a sustainable form of transport and all that kind of thing. But I think what's difficult to see at the moment is how it would kind of satisfy that kind of being an active, safe mode of transport. But that's where the regulation, I think, is really important. Once you've got that information, then we can look at how it sits alongside other modes.
Okay, my final thing is just how you would regulate fares on a pedicab.
I think we're envisaging it in a much a similar way to the way that we regulate fares for taxis. We haven't obviously put a lot of detail into what a cost index might look like or what the basket of costs would be, but it will be important to make sure that passengers have got a clear understanding of how much their maximum fare would be, and we stop hearing these stories of people being charged, £350 to go around the corner, which is, obviously allowed to happen at the moment. But those are things, obviously, as our thinking develops on that, as the bill makes progress through Parliament, we'll be able to keep you updated on, and they will form part of our consultation so that everybody will have an opportunity to comment. Okay.
Assemblyman Berry, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, just a quick point. I mean, obviously we've got, like I think Assemblyman was saying, we've got an ecosystem of different vehicles out there at the moment, and obviously we've got the black cabs who are a sort of gold standard. You hire them on the street, they need to meet lots and lots of different criteria in order to be able to be picked up. But then you've got the app-based systems, and you've got the newer vehicles which are going through trials, and there's got to be potential there for a lighter, electric-based, driven, guided, where you're not owning the vehicle. I've been driven around town, for example, in a pedal me cargo bike, and that sort of thing must be thought about as a way of reducing the overall impact of personal transport around the place. And I hope that does form part of your future thinking. The pedicabs as they stand are a strange anomaly, but there has to be some place for electric and lighter and less impactful personal transport, particularly if you need to be driven in the future of London somewhere.
Yeah,
do you agree? Sorry, I was supposed to ask a question.
Yeah, so I think looking at those kind of new forms of mobility and different types of micro-mobility is definitely something that we're doing, and looking at how that kind of fits into the strategy. And like you say, there are lots of different kind of permutations of that, lots of different variations on cargo bikes, and electrically assisted cargo bikes is part of that. And then so trying to think about what their kind of parking storage needs are as well. That is kind of active work that's happening.
Excellent. I mean, and like I say, from a driver and quality point of view, you've got this big bunch of people who are licensed drivers who could be driving these vehicles. You don't need to think about how to license each type of vehicle separately. I think potentially you could use the driving license as a method, which is what the scooters are doing as well.
Yeah, no, that's one way that we could think about it.
Thank you. Assemblymember Boff.
I kind of miss pedicabs. You know, I used one at my wedding in place of a horse and, a horse and carriage. They were fine. I mean, but yeah, I'd miss them. Anyway, Mr. McNamara, what has the impact been of 20 mile per hour speed limits on your members?
In a word, devastating. The argument for lower speeds is obviously clear. The safety arguments are clear and unequivocal, really, on secondary roads. And by secondary roads, I mean small side streets, roads outside here, the residential roads that we live on, all of the side streets. I don't think anyone would argue against 20 mile an hour speed limits, certainly not us. But since the Mayor's introduction onto the TLRN, we're looking at roads like the Finchley Road, which is a 3-lane dual carriageway in either direction. If you look at Park Lane, which is was 4 lanes in either direction and previously was a 40 mile an hour limit, we're now seeing a situation where I have got, it's not hundreds yet, but it's many, many dozens of members who are now out of work and unlicensed, some of whom have been driving a cab for 40 years with an absolutely faultless driving record, no complaints at TfL, no accident record, absolutely 0 points or endorsements in the 40 years that they've been driving, have found themselves with 12 points in absolutely no time at all. And it's very easy for people to say, well, 20 mile an hour limit, you know what it is, it's 20 mile an hour. And of course, during the day, it's quite easy to maintain 20 mile an hour. In most parts of London, you can't do that anyway. We'd wish you could. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, if you're coming down Park Lane, which was previously 40, it's just as recently as a year ago, you're coming down Park Lane at 20 mile an hour and the vehicle creeps up to 24 mile an hour. And it now coincides that the criteria for prosecution by the police is now 10% plus 1. It used to be 10% plus 3, so you now get a ticket at 24 mile an hour. And I can literally give you multiple examples of drivers that have been caught at 24, 24, 24 and 24 at all hours of the night and have lost their licences. Now, I accept the simple argument, well, you shouldn't have done it. But of course, in the real world, these people are not a danger to anyone. They're not driving recklessly. They're not, driving. And a year ago, in Park Lane, they would have been driving at under half of the speed limit. These have had a major, major impact. And unfortunately for us, it's now come on. We've got a perfect storm. Transport for London have introduced a new driver policy. The driver policy has been an absolute disaster for us. It coincides with a reorganisation of their appeal process. So the way it works is if your licence gets suspended or revoked, you have an appeal process to TfL. Under the old system, it was dealt with by 2 former licensing officers, the people who used to have Helen's job years ago. You would appeal before them. They would make a recommendation, they would listen to you, and they would make a recommendation to TfL whether you should have a licence or not. That's now dealt with internally by the same people who refuse you a licence in the first place, by the same department. Now, they might be sitting at a different desk in the corner, but it's made by the same team. Our argument is that goes totally against all natural justice whatsoever. I don't come in front of you, Keith, and you make a decision, and then I come back and appeal to Caroline, who's sitting in the desk opposite. It doesn't, although she would probably agree with me. But the point... No, the point is the whole process has come together to give this perfect storm. Driving a taxi is now one of the most stressful occupations on the planet by the sheer number of cameras, by the plethora of unnecessary 20 mile an hour limits, all of which is coming together to make cab driving the most stressful thing. Now, I'm just going to read the paragraph of a letter out. Before I came here this morning, actually I was given it yesterday. This is now typical of a letter that one of my members got yesterday morning, and my members get these by the dozen from TfL, and I can arrange to share it, and Helen will have seen it. So this letter starts, "Dear Mr," and I've obviously blanked his name out, "London taxi driver's licence. We have received notification of an adverse nature regarding your fitness to be licensed in line with our policies and regulatory requirements. We have considered if it is appropriate for you to continue to be licensed. your livelihood is now under threat. So what heinous offence has this man committed? And incidentally, this guy's been driving a cab for 35 years, never had a point, never had a complaint. This is what he's done. We have received notification on the 5th of January from the DVLA, you received 3 points on the 19th of October. The verbatim of the allegation, and it mentions Uber because they use standard letters, they just copy and paste and forget to take the bits out, so that's just wrong, but we'll excuse that. The verbatim of the allegation, SP30, exceeding statutory speed limit on a public road. So this guy has done more than 30 mile an hour and he's got 3 points and he gets that letter. It is outrageous. It is absolutely outrageous. The driver policy that they've now got is if you get 6 points or what they deem a serious offence, and so I'll give you another verbatim example. One of my members did a U-turn, was stopped by the police, and basically the police said he drove without due care and attention because he did a U-turn without looking, they said. Unfortunately, he pleaded guilty by letter, didn't think it was a big event, got 3 points. So that indicates to you that it's very much at the lower end of the scale, because driving without due care and attention, you can get anything up to 12 points. So he got 3 points, which is the minimum, so it's obviously a very minor offence. His licence has been suspended. The man is out of work. It's absolutely crazy, this new policy that they've introduced. Then coupled with the appeal process that we have to go through, where we appear before the same people who have made the decision to revoke your licence, in all essence. Helen will tell you it's not. It's the same department. It's the same people. It goes against all natural justice. We then have to fund an appeal to a magistrate's court and try and get it overturned at a magistrate's court. What we are seeing now, we're talking, one of the reasons that we're sitting here today, you're talking about the decline of the black cab and we can't get people to come into the industry. One of the key reasons people are leaving the industry is because it is so stressful. I've already told you London is the most camera city in the world, and all day long we're getting tickets. You've done a U-turn here, you've done this, you've done that, and all of the difference between driving a taxi and driving a car, so I presume that most of you drive, obviously you probably don't, Sean, but most people do drive at some time, or they get driven, or somebody's got a car, or whatever. No, I'm being flippant. When you do it, you've got your husband, your wife, you've got the kids in the car, whatever, and you're going where you're going, you might have the sat-nav on, fine. When you're driving a taxi, you've got somebody sitting in the back who is telling you where to go. They want to get there as quickly as they can. Why are you going this way? My normal driver goes that way. Can you do a U-turn here? I want to go that way. Oh, hang on. And by the way, the dog's barking. And by the way, what time's Selfridge? It's a very, very different occupation to driving normally. And unfortunately, because of the nature of that and the fact that you're driving for 8, 10 or 12 hours a day in central London, the odds on you creeping up to 24 mile an hour at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's almost inevitable. It is inevitable. I'm not trying to defend it, but it's inevitable. It's not the heinous crime that TfL make it out to be.
Can I just, we're actually coming to the end of the meeting pretty rapidly, but I think it was important. I think it was important that you gave us that information.
I'll get this letter circulated.
Is it worth comparing what you've just said with the actual accident statistics related to black cabs vis-a-vis other vehicles? Because I think that might reinforce your story. Look, we have almost come to the end. I would have loved to have gone along the line and asked about this issue. It's not going to happen. However, there was a whole line of questioning that I wanted to do, which I'm not going to do now because I think I'll be lynched. And that is Miss Chapman. I'm interested in knowing the internal organisation of the licensing function within TfL, who they report to, who holds them to account. One of the things I've raised with my colleagues here is I'm very concerned that this committee has only called you in front of us once every 5 years, and I don't think that's enough. And I do think that we in future probably need to pay more attention to PHV and black cabs on a more regular basis. If you could send me the internal organisation and what legislation governs you as well, would be very, very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's Helen, that's okay with you? Yep.
Yes, that's fine. And we can provide some details in writing in response to some of the points that Steve has raised as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Assembly Member.
Could we get sent some of the sample letters, Helen? Because I have not an identical letter, Steve, here, but one that a driver sent me. And I have to say the tone of it is just wrong. You know, somebody who's got 12 points who's done something very serious, I would expect a sterner letter. But the letter I've got here, which then basically says we're not going to do anything, but we're keeping an eye on you, you know, it's really not a nice tone. And I think you might want to reflect on rewriting those letters to get the right tone for the right offence and whatever. But it'd be good if we could see some of those.
We can share them. And if I may, in the 30 seconds, we are actually in the process of reviewing our correspondence at the moment. So, yeah, we can share those with you.
Thank you very much. Right, so I would like to thank all our guests for attending today and for their answers to our questions. The committee has a few more items of business to deal with, but in the meantime, please feel free to leave the room. Can I ask the committee to note the report and the discussion?
Noted.
Thank you. Can I also delegate authority to me as chairman in consultation with deputy chair and party group leads members to agree any output arising from the meeting?
Agreed.
Thank you. Can we note the committee's work programme?
Noted.
And again, delegate authority to me in consultation with the deputy chair and party group lead members to agree the extension of the appointment of 2 members of the London Travel Watch Board.
Agreed.
Thank you. And date of next meeting will be on the 20th of February at 10 a.m. in the chamber here at City Hall. I have no notification of any other urgent business. This meeting is now closed.
Well done.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.